Chapter 1664. The old man sneered, "I don't know about the schemes of the imperial court, but old man Helian said that during the Guangling War, Li Yong treated Chen Jibao as the king of Shu with an attitude of using him but not putting him in an important position. It's obvious that they were suspicious of him. After West Chu was conquered, Wu Zhongshuan and Lu Xingxiang would most likely fight for first place, followed by Song Li and the other young generals. Chen Jibao would at most be ranked ahead of Guangling Prince Zhao Yi and Yanqi Prince Zhao Bing. Perhaps even King of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, wouldn't compare to him. Do you think that someone as proud and arrogant as Chen Jibao, someone who even Li Yang's previous emperor, Zhao Dun, regarded as the white-clothed war saint, wouldn't have any grievances? In any case, even I, a layman, feel that Chen Jibao would be sullen. The war of Liangmang had nothing to do with him, and the war of the Tu Liao had nothing to do with him. He finally got out of Western Shu, but in the end, he could only eat leftovers in Guangling Circuit. The so-called war saint title? Isn't it just a joke? Su Fengnian muttered to himself, if Xie Guaniying hadn't suffered a crushing defeat in the capital, this assumption wouldn't have been possible. But now, Fan Bainu, Yelu Bainu, Yelu Dongchuang, Yelu Hongkai, are they the same Su Shao who promised Chen Jibao to be the new Beimang dynasty? Each of us is asking a tiger for its skin. Will Chen Jibao agree to Northern Mang because he thinks that one day, he will have the opportunity to rule the north and south and accomplish what Su Shao didn't do back then? The old man didn't disturb Su Fengnian's contemplation. Su Fengnian suddenly turned his head and asked, "What about Gu Jiantang? I don't think he'll be roped in by Beimang. Even with Wang Sui leading the Eastern Front, the chances of victory are only 50-50. Hasn't Beimang thought about how to deal with this troublesome last famous general of the spring and autumn period?" The old man clicked his tongue and laughed, "You two are indeed the old fox and the little fox. Helian Wuwei has already expected this." The old man smiled and said, "You two are indeed the old fox and the little fox. Helian Wuwei has already predicted this." The old man smiled and said, "Let you guess." Su Fengnian squatted down and subconsciously grabbed a handful of hot yellow sand. He thought for a long time, although Liao King Zhao Wu is a hindrance, the two Liao countries are still considered an iron bucket. Then the breakthrough can only be moved to the west. Between Liaodong and Beimang, there aren't many people who can be ranked. Jidushi Kai Nan, Administrator Han Lin, General of Hezhou, and Deputy General are all puppets who were scared out of their wits by our Beimang cavalry. There's no need to say much. But Ji Zhou, King of Han Zhao Xiong, I can't see through this vassal king. When I and the Phoenix Battalion passed by Ji Zhou, this king with the same title as the emperor dared to come to my camp alone and chat with me. Next, Yuan Tingshan, Yang Huchen, and Han Fang, the three generals in power in Ji Zhou. Yuan Tingshan has his father-in-law Gu Jiantang and Li Jiayuan Castle as his backing. They're both support and restraint. Yang Huchen is going to Ji Zhou to atone for his crime. There's no need for him to be a spy for Beimang. Han Fang, to be honest, he's a chess piece I set up years ago. He's not loyal to Liang, but at the very least, he won't betray Liang for Beimang. The valiant Lai Han family has been fighting with the nomads in the north for 300 to 400 years. Hundreds of people with the surname Han have died. Anyone can join Beimang, but Han Fang won't. The old man stood beside Su Fengnian and looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with yellow sand and desolation. "Now that I've told you the bad news, let's talk about the good news." "But I don't know if this is good news." Su Fengnian, who was squatting with his back against the wind, opened his palm. The wind blew the sand away, and he said softly, "Senior, please tell me." The old man said in a heavier tone, "Su Fengnian, you should know that Helian Wuwei is in Beimang. He's one of the people who firmly support the old lady. This time, I'm able to pass through the border of the southern dynasty that's full of spiders and crows' fences and arrive at Beiliang without a sound. Of course, it's not because I'm capable. It's because Helian Wu-wei and the old lady had an extremely secret conversation. There's no fourth person present except for the imperial peace warrant. The old lady told Helian Wu-wei that since the Yelu family of Beimang dared to risk everything to cooperate with Chen Jibao, she also has the courage to ally with you, Su Fengnian. She'll pay more. As long as you agree to betray Liang, even if you can't take a single soldier from Beiliang, she'll help you to a seat that you can't even imagine. Su Fengnian shook his head and smiled. This old woman is crazy. The old man sighed. People who are about to die are all the same. Su Fengnian was stunned. This is good news. The old man sighed. Wrong, very wrong. The last thing Helian Wu-wei wanted me to tell you is that if you refuse the goodwill of the Beimang Empress, Beimang will fight to the death in the next southern expedition. Su Fengnian said indifferently, let's not talk about whether I agree or not. So many people have died in the past 20 years outside Beiliang. They've already given me an answer. The old man smiled. Whether you agree or not is up to you, Su Fengnian. I'm the one who sent the message. From now on, whether Liang Mang lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Su Fengnian stood up slowly and clapped his hands. He smiled. Why don't we fight? I've always remembered what you said all these years. No matter whether I can beat you or not, we'll talk about it after we fight. The old man said seriously, no, no, no. A senior should have the demeanor of a senior. Besides, you're injured. Even if I beat you, I'll still be suspected of taking advantage of you. Su Fengnian smiled but didn't say anything. The old man's face turned red. He glared at him and said, brat. Don't push your luck. Su Fengnian laughed. The old man stretched out his hand and patted the young king's shoulder. He looked a little melancholy. You almost drowned at the bottom of the Tidehark Lake for the first time. You were saved by me. Later, you would go down to the lake to hold your breath. Or you would bring me food. To be honest, I watched you grow from a child to the king of Beiliang today. Su Fengnian was a little embarrassed. He said awkwardly, when I was in a bad mood in the early years, I often brought things to the bottom of the lake to tease you. I hope you don't take it to heart. The old man was speechless. Su Fengnian shut his mouth. He didn't want to rub salt on the old man's wound. The old man laughed heartily and said, on the way here, I heard that Liang Jianghu no longer mentions you, the high and mighty 14 Wushu judges. You're too high and unattainable. To be honest, Grandpa knows his own limits. I've beaten up a bunch of monsters like you before. However, I'd really like to meet those so-called 4 sages top 10 masters and those 14 auspicious talisman champions who copied the 13 armors of spring and autumn. Su Fengnian nodded and reminded him, although many of them are masters fishing for fame, there are some famous masters on the list. It's better not to provoke them. For example, Suaxia Valley's Yu Groom in Beiliang, Wulin Alliance Master Xianyuan Qingfeng, Dongyue Sword Pool's Chai Qingshan, Nanzhao's No. 1 Wei Miao, Nanjiang's Blade Master Mao Shulang, Dragon Palace's Cheng Baishuang. The old man's face became uglier and uglier. He said angrily, brat, just tell me. Who can I beat? Su Fengnian rubbed his chin and said, you'll have to think about it. The old man was not in the mood to listen to Su Fengnian's nonsense. He got on his horse and rode 2 horses. He was about to go south to the Central Plains to explore Jianghu. Su Fengnian said with a smile, don't let me hear that you've just returned to Jianghu and you've already been beaten down. The burly old man sat high on the horse and said angrily, brat, just wait for me to kill everyone in Jianghu in the Central Plains. The old man rode down the hill. Su Fengnian suddenly looked at the old man's back and shouted, old man, I was able to believe in the idea I had when I was young and go to Wudang to practice martial arts because I saw you at the bottom of the lake. That made me believe that there are indeed masters in this world. There were masters and immortals in Jianghu. One person could really fight against 10,000 people. Only then could he have the chance to take revenge with his own strength. That was why Su Fengnian was extremely grateful to this old man whose shoulder blades were nailed with iron chains. This was the Jianghu senior who made him grit his teeth and persist on climbing the martial path. The old man did not turn his head and shouted, "Pretentious. If you have the ability." The old man suddenly realized that he could not say anything to attack this brat. If you have the ability to become the best in the world? This brat did not die at Wang Xianji's hands. He fought thousands of miles with Tuoba Bodhisattva and even fought against 2 people in Great Peace City. Jianghu was like this. When had he ever lost in court? In the end, the old man who was almost at the foot of the hill roared, "Su Fengnian, if you have the ability, then die after me. Brat, remember, when the time comes, don't forget to get me some good wine and meat." Chapter 1665. Su Fengnian waited until the old man and his 2 horses disappeared from sight. He whistled, and the cold horse galloped over. Su Fengnian mounted the horse. On the way to the new city, Su Yanbing saw that Su Fengnian was worried. He could not help but ask, "Is there a big problem?" Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. "Not really. It's just that there are some unexpected things. There might be new variables on the side of Gu Jiantang and Chen Jibao." Su Yanbing said somewhat guiltily, at that time in Great Peace City, firstly, Chen Jibao was not willing to fight to the death. Secondly, I did not dare to force him to fight to the death with all my heart. If I had known earlier, I would have decided victory and defeat with him there. Su Yanbing's so-called victory and defeat was, of course, life and death. Su Fengnian turned his head and said helplessly, "Uncle Su, if you say it like that, you are really pretentious." Su Yanbing was silent. Su Fengnian said softly, "I've thought about it for a long time. There is only one possibility that can change the situation between the 2 Liao countries, and that is Yuan Tingshan's betrayal from Ji province. If it's true, this mad dog is too obsessed. He doesn't even care about the life and death, honor and disgrace of his 2 wives and 2 fathers-in-law." Su Yanbing did not have any expression of disbelief. He said calmly, "It is not strange for this kind of fence-sitter to do anything." Su Fengnian nodded. "It is true that there are all kinds of strange things in the boundless universe. There will always be some people who can do things that you cannot imagine." Su Yanbing asked, "Should I go to Ji province and kill him?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said with a smile, "No need. If he does not seek death, Han Fang and Yang Huchen, as his deputies, will not be able to take the position easily. When he is defeated and escapes, perhaps I will personally send him on his way." When the 2 riders were still a few miles away from the new city, several riders arrived. Among them, there was Shangyin Academy's Lu Wenbao, a loser. This scholar had been used for most of his life. After joining Su Fengnian, he went to Great Peace City and then Mount Qingliang. Finally, he was placed in a city in the western regions. With Fu Shui House as his backer, he quickly stood out among the entangled forces. At the beginning, Lu Wenbao was only used as a cover for Chao Wei's 10,000 cavalry, as well as to make it easier for him to secretly contact the 6 jewels Bodhisattva of Mount Lantua. No one would have thought that in the Battle of Qingsang City, Liang Mang and Lu Wenbao's trump cards would be used. Lu Wenbao's contributions could not go unnoticed. Now, this old scholar was the newly established governor of Linyao County in Liuzhou. Chao Wei, who wasn't able to lead the 10,000 cavalry directly into northern Mang's southern dynasty's hinterland as expected, had a much worse expression on his face. Moreover, these 10,000 elite cavalry had suffered quite a bit of losses outside of Azure City. Not long ago, they had been fighting with Flo Province General Ko Jianghuai and the Dragon Elephant Army over the source of troops, causing quite a bit of unhappiness. There was also a beautiful woman full of heroic spirit. She was the famous widow in the western regions, Madame Chai of the Sima family, Chai Dongdi. At that time, Su Fengnian had helped her and her family during the turmoil against the Sima family, and then rushed to the Battle of Qingsang City. Other than the monk soldiers of Mount Lantua, which was the main reinforcement, she and Lu Wenbao had roped in nearly 3,000 cavalry troops that could not be underestimated. Half of them were the forces that the Sima family had urgently gathered, and the other half were the strong horse gang that Madame Chai had enticed with real money. Of course, this troop was not worth mentioning in a frontal battle, but in the aftermath of the battle, they performed outstandingly. Furthermore, this Madame Chai had taken all the rewards for this troop in the name of her family. She did not let the Bailiang frontier army and Lu Zhou pay a single copper coin. At that time, Su Fengnian and Tuoba Bodhisattva were about to fight in the city. She had promised that as long as Su Fengnian helped the Sima family stabilize the situation, she and her family would do their best to fight to the death for Bailiang. Su Fengnian and Chai Dongdi probably did not expect that she would fulfill her promise so quickly. Su Fengnian also did not expect that this woman would personally lead her troops into battle. A promise was worth 1,000 gold. These 4 words were not exaggerated at all. Women could also be chivalrous. There were also many women who were chivalrous. Now that they had reunited, without waiting for Su Fengnian to speak, Chao Wei asked with a straight face, "Your Highness, if you want me to return to Lu Zhou to fight in that battle, Chao Wei will not object. However, out of the 10,000 elite troops under my command, less than half of them are left. Can you give me a definite answer? When will you be able to replenish them?" Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Less than half? Why don't I go and take a look? If there are a few people missing, I will personally ask the Liangzhou frontier army to replenish them for you." Chao Wei suddenly smiled and said, "How can I trouble your highness? I can't, absolutely can't. Right now, several cavalry units in the border army are scattered. I, Chao Wei, am not the kind of person who can't see the big picture. Just give me 4,000 cavalry units, just 4,000. Su Fengnian said in a bad mood, "From now on, the military town of Linyao of the 3 towns in Lu Zhou will be under your command. At the same time, the left cavalry outside the pass can only be transferred to you for 2,000 cavalry units. I can also give you 2,000 soldier monks from the western regions to be responsible for defending Linyao. As for how many cavalry units you can raise in Lu Zhou, that will depend on your own ability. However, I will only give you 15,000 soldiers and provisions. You will have to deal with the rest yourself." Seeing that Chao Wei still wanted to bargain, Su Fengnian sneered and said, "Do you still want the 2,000 left cavalry?" Chao Wei was already grinning from ear to ear. He quickly wiped his mouth with his hand, trying to hide his ecstasy. 2,000 left cavalry and 2,000 soldier monks, a total of 4,000 people. Especially with the unlimited right to recruit soldiers in Lu Zhou, this was too tempting. Su Fengnian nodded to Lu Wenbao and then looked at Madame Chai. "This time, the Sima family has lent a helping hand to the defense of Qingsang City. I, Bailiang, am extremely grateful." Madame Chai smiled sweetly and reached out to tidy up her hair. She said in a soft voice, "It cannot be compared to your Highness Bailiang cavalry. No matter how much money you have, it cannot be bought. Everyone in the western regions is a fugitive. As long as the price is fair, we can sell and afford it. It just so happens that the Sima family has roots in the western regions for several generations and the amount of money you have is considerable. However, this time, we have contributed money to repay your Highness' help. We do not owe each other anything. Does your Highness have any objections?" Su Fengnian smiled, "Of course I do not have any objections. In fact, I have taken advantage of you." Chao Wei looked at the elegant king of Bailiang and then looked at the charming Madame Chai. He whispered, "What advantage? Where did you get it from?" Lu Wenbao coughed and turned to look at the scenery. Madame Chai's face turned red. Su Fengnian sneered, "Chao Wei, the 2,000 soldier monks are gone. There is no room for discussion." Chao Wei rolled down from his horse and hugged Su Fengnian's leg. He said with tears in his eyes, "Your Highness, the matter between you and Madame Chai, I did not see anything. I will not say half a word. Su Fengnian became angry. The 2,000 left cavalry are also gone. Chao Wei sat on the ground and cried, the world is not fair. Su Fengnian took a deep breath. Quickly get out of here. Go to the left cavalry tent and ask Jianghu for 2,000 soldiers. Chao Wei stood up at an astonishing speed and jumped onto his horse. He turned his horse around and galloped away, disappearing from sight. Lu Wenbao carefully asked, Your Highness, this humble one will also go back first. Su Fengnian angrily said, Get out together. Su Fengnian originally thought that with Su Yanbing by his side, they would not be alone. Unexpectedly, Su Yanbing squeezed the horse's belly and slowly passed by him. She said, Your Highness, please rest assured. I did not see anything and will not say anything. Su Fengnian was stunned. Madame Chai's eyebrows curved as she smiled. Su Fengnian helplessly said, Not a single honest person. Unlike when Chao Wei and the others were present, Madame Chai had already retracted her smile. Her eyes were clear as she said in a deep voice, Your Highness, I have a request. Is it possible for our Sima clan to lead troops to the west of Lu region, the soaring Phoenix army town? It would be best if we could get a deputy general position. Su Fengnian asked in surprise, Madame Chai, you won't regret it? This means that we will be tied to Bailiang. If Bailiang is defeated in the future, the Sima family will have no room to maneuver. Madame Chai nodded with a firm expression. Su Fengnian curiously asked, Why? Madame Chai suddenly smiled and asked, What does your highness think? Su Fengnian teased, It can't be that Madame Chai covets my beauty, right? Madame Chai was stunned. She then smiled charmingly and said, Your highness, are you flirting with a good woman in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid that I will call for help? Isn't that retainer not far away? I believe that there will be death soldiers protecting you in the dark, right? Su Fengnian's expression was normal as he smiled, Madame Chai, don't tease me. Let's be serious. Chapter 1666. Madame Chai tilted her head slightly. She did not look like a young woman who was already a mother. Instead, she looked like a young girl. What was even more amazing was that her posture did not give people the slightest bit of ill will. Instead, it gave people a strange kind of charm and temptation. Su Fengnian took the lead in riding his horse slowly. He said softly, If Madame Chai is betting that my Bailiang will win so that the Sima family can have a place in the future Bailiang or the Liang dynasty, then I can tell Madame Chai that you don't need to place your bet. You don't need to bring your entire family to this murderous gambling table. If there is really a day when the war ends, I will definitely not treat the Sima family unfairly. No matter what, I still remember that there was a stubborn little girl who cut her own hand just to get Su Fengnian to sign his name. Su Fengnian then turned his head to Madame Chai, who was riding side by side, and smiled happily. He said, I'm a little proud. I don't want to say anything to those Bailiang men. I don't want to make them feel unbalanced. Take Chao Wei for example. I'm more handsome than him, my martial arts are better than his, and the most important thing is that I'm taller than him. If I were to provoke him, it would be too unkind. But Madame Chai is a woman, so there's no harm in saying it. Madame Chai said softly, Your Highness really doesn't treat Chai Dongdi as an outsider. Su Fengnian raised his hands and begged bitterly, Madame Chai, please let me go. Madame Chai held her belly and laughed. Su Fengnian glanced at them from the corner of his eyes, intentionally or unintentionally. The mountains were rising and falling. Su Fengnian actually had no distracting thoughts in his mind. He was reminiscing about the past, but he was also reminiscing about the past. Madame Chai suddenly straightened her back and looked towards the direction of the new city, muttering, I am staking everything on this one throw. I want to obtain an official position for the Sima family. Of course, I am not lying. Who doesn't want their family to be able to hold the position for generations to come? I, Chai Dongdi, am only a woman who lives in daily life, but I have also read books. My vision is a bit more farsighted than that of ordinary rural women. Since I have married into the Sima family, I want to be worthy of the Sima family. The prince said that not only Bailiang, perhaps the western regions in the future will also be a place like a paradise. There will be private schools and the sound of studying everywhere. Every family will have elderly people enjoying their old age in peace, and every family will have a woman who can peacefully take care of her husband and children. Life like this was really good. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Su Fengnian nodded. Madame Chai suddenly smiled and blinked her eyes. She turned her head and said wittily, I am a woman, whose looks are passable. No matter what I think of the prince, I still want to be liked by men. Especially those men who don't want to pounce on me the moment they see me. If he is always a gentleman, he will feel disappointed in his heart. Just like how the prince said that he is proud of himself, he can only say these things to some women. I can only say these things to the prince. Su Fengnian was speechless. When he was young, when he was drunk and whipped a famous horse, he only thought about how to pretend to be heroic. When he really matured, he actually went upstairs alone most of the time. There was no one beside him, and he went upstairs alone. Madame Chai looked at the young king's side profile and asked softly, will Beimeng attack Bailiang again with the power of the whole country? Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment and said, it was supposed to be like this, but now there are signs of internal strife in Beimeng. The Murong and Yilu families might split. Of course, I will do my best to add fuel to the fire. However, the possibility of this is not high, and I can't have high hopes. I can only plan for the worst. Gu Jiantang took the initiative to attack earlier because he saw this clue. He was afraid that the Yilu family would take over the Beimeng court and use the two Liao provinces as a breakthrough point for the army to invade the south. Otherwise, with Gu Jiantang's temperament, he would never act so quickly. Madame Chai, you have heard these words, but don't tell others. Madame Chai nodded and said, of course, I know the severity of this matter. Su Fengnian raised his horsewhip and pointed towards the distant north. With a heavy expression, he said, after Huda city was captured by Dongzhua, more than half of it was destroyed. More importantly, after the northern Mang's armies retreated far away, this king of the south courtyard's 100,000 private soldiers and Tuoba Bodhisattva's elite cavalry are still eyeing covetously at the border. This is to prevent our northern Liang from going all out to repair Huda city. In the end, once the great battle of Liang and Mang breaks out, the tug-of-war between Huda city and the Dragon Eye Plains is destined to be very tragic. It might not lose out to Azure City. Then, with Huayang Pass as the core, the front line of Liuya and Fuling. After that, He Zhonghu's left cavalry will enter the battlefield and defend the northern part of the new city. Compared to the previous three-front battle, Beimeng won't be distracted by the Gourd Gate in Yuzhou. Bailiang has already used the heads of Jingguan and Yang Yuanzan to prove that Beimeng can't leave that battlefield. In this way, not only will the smoke outside Liangzhou Pass rise, but the entire defense line in Liuzhou will also bear a heavy burden. Of course, Yozhou's General Yan Wenluan and the new commander of the cavalry, Yu Wandao, will also move to Liangzhou. This will make Beimeng's army unhappy and many people will die. Su Fengnian tightened his grip on his horsewhip. Compared to my previous anger, I feel much better now. Because of this trip to the capital, I know that not everyone thinks that Bailiang's death in battle is a matter of course. There are still many people who feel injustice for Bailiang. Madame Chai said softly, is Bailiang content with just this? Su Fengnian shook his head. It's not content. It's just that when Bailiang's people face the north and die, they realize that there are not only people who are mocking and ridiculing them, but also people who are filled with grief, indignation, and guilt. It's not that, for some reason, Su Fengnian didn't continue. Su Fengnian said softly, I, Su Fengnian, am Su Zhao's son. In this life, I don't have the right to feel sorry for myself. These are my heartfelt words. I'm not lying. But I hope. Su Fengnian paused for a moment. His eyes were resolute. Before the battle with Tuoba Bodhisattva, the six-pearl Bodhisattva of Mount Lantua gave me a blade and a sword. The name of the sword is really good. The name of the sword is loud. Therefore, I hope that the people of the Central Plains don't expect them to be grateful. I also don't expect them to fight in the cold. I only hope that the entire Central Plains can hear the sound of Bailiang's 300,000 cavalry marching north from the northwest border. Hearing this heroic, loud, will allow them to stop pretending to be mute and deaf. Madame Chai pursed her lips and looked at him in a daze. Su Fengnian suddenly smiled. We're here. As they approached the new city, Su Yanbing and Lu Wenbao were quietly waiting for them. Madame Chai reined in her horse. Your Highness, I won't be going to the new city. I'll just take it that Your Highness has agreed to give the Sima family a deputy general in the Phoenix Division. Su Fengnian also stopped his horse. He turned his head and said helplessly, all right. Su Fengnian cupped his fists and sent them off. Then, he slowly moved forward. Suddenly, Madame Chai called out softly from behind him. Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian didn't turn his head at all. He continued to speed up. Madame Chai laughed loudly. I, Chai Dongdi, will be waiting for you in the western region. I want to give birth to your child. Su Fengnian fled in panic. Su Yanbing looked at the young king who seemed to be sweating profusely. He held back his laughter and gave him a thumbs up. Lu Wenbao also gave him a thumbs up. But when the prince stared at him with a murderous look, the Linyuan county governor resentfully retracted his thumb. But Lu Wenbao, who seemed to be ready to die, suddenly gave him a thumbs up again. He didn't want to put it down. Many years later, in the western region's Feng province, after the snow stopped, a woman's hair had turned white. She sat in a wheelchair with a warm and heavy blanket on her knees. She smiled and looked into the distance. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. In a trance, she seemed to have waited for many years. The old woman's eyes were filled with tears as she whispered. When she was about to die, she suddenly tried to open her eyes. She finally smiled. Her vision was blurry. She looked at the person squatting beside her and said in a hoarse voice, "It's a little late." The person nodded and said, "I made you wait for a long time." She shook her head slightly and tried to raise her hand. It seemed like she wanted to tidy up her hair. But she didn't have the energy to do it. So, she felt a little regretful. The person helped her gather the blanket and said softly, "Don't worry. You are still very beautiful." She lowered her head and moved her lips. He nodded and said, "Okay." She said, "Next life." She closed her eyes. The first time they met, he was so gentle. The last time they met, he was still like this. Whether there was a next life or not, it didn't matter. On the city wall, the sun was setting. The old woman was called Chai Dongdi. The old man was called Su Fengnian. Chapter 1667. Bailiang Province's Lingzhou was worthy of being called the Jiangnan beyond the Great Wall. Other than being rich, it also had a rare scholarly atmosphere in the northwest. Therefore, in the past few years, Lingzhou was a bit arrogant when facing Liangyu and Yuzhou. The military strength of the garrison was far from being as valiant as Liangyu province, but we have a lot of scholars here. It was a pity that after a young scholar called Chen Wang appeared in Yuzhou, the scholars in Lingzhou became a bit sickly. Even though Sun Yin could be considered a scholar who had walked out of Lingzhou 2 days ago and his highest position was the right chancellor of the Imperial College in the capital, compared to Chen Xiaobao who was in the center, he was clearly a great distance away. However, this kind of dispute could not affect a small place like Huangsha Province's Huanghua County. Huanghua County was a lower county and was located at the westernmost part of Lingzhou. Huanghua County was famous for being poor. Because it was in Lingzhou, Huanghua County appeared even poorer. Every time the county magistrate of Huanghua County went to the provincial capital and met a colleague of similar rank, it would be a torment. However, even though this place was poor, compared to Yuzhou, which did not like books and swords and spears, Huanghua County had dozens of villages of various sizes. Other than the government's voluntary school, almost every village had a private school. The wealthier villages and families even had ancestral schools. Therefore, the sound of children studying here was no less than other places in Lingzhou. Li Xian was the most knowledgeable scholar in the Li family village. He was an old man who had been to Liyang's capital. However, it was said that he had failed the examination. He had traveled thousands of miles and returned thousands of miles. Logically speaking, if he had passed the examination, it would not be difficult for him to get a job in Huansha province's government. Unfortunately, the scholars from the Central Plains had flooded into Lingzhou and someone had taken his position as a lecturer. Li Xian was originally from a poor family and could not make any connections. It was unknown whether it was because he was angry or not, but he simply returned to his village and opened a private school. There were 7 or 8 children from his village who were studying there and could barely make ends meet. It was impossible for him to save money to buy books. Moreover, Li Xian took the initiative to recruit a few children who did not have a surname to enter the private school. Not only did he have to pay for books, but he also took care of their meals and drinks. As a result, many girls of the age in the nearby villages who originally admired Li Xian backed off under the pressure of their parents. Today, Li Xian carried a small pot of wine to the neighboring village. There were no official roads between the villages, only a small sandy path that was about 10 feet wide. When the villagers and women met Li Xian, they would respectfully greet him as Mr. Li. Li Xian would also respond with a smile and chat for a while. Li Xian arrived in front of a hut by a stream and surrounded by a fence. An old hen and a group of chicks were looking for food, pecking and pecking. When Li Xian pushed open the wooden door, he saw a familiar figure walking in the distance. He smiled knowingly and stood at the door, waiting. The old man walked slowly with a hunched back, but he was hale and hearty. In his hand, besides carrying a pot of yellow wine sealed in mud, there were also some food wrapped in oil paper. The old man was the same as Li Xian, a teacher at the village's private school. However, compared to Li Xian, he had been teaching for more than 20 years. The old people in the surrounding villages all said that this guy surnamed Lu was an outsider whose ancestral home was from the Central Plains. His ancestors were very noble. When he first came here, he was very extravagant and was very imposing at that time. However, after so many years, no matter how rich his family's wealth was, it was likely that he had spent it all. Or perhaps he was really old and could not straighten his back. Compared to the villagers, Li Xian knew more. There was no doubt that Mr. Lu was a remnant of the spring and autumn period. When Li Xian was traveling north, he passed by Beiliang. He should have continued north and followed the aristocratic families from the Central Plains into the southern dynasties of Beimang. However, when Mr. Lu reached Beiliang, his family was in a mess. Some died of illness, some went missing, and some went crazy. In the end, it seemed that Mr. Lu was the only one left. He survived muddle-headedly. Li Xian did not know the truth, and Mr. Lu was not willing to talk about such trivial matters. In short, he took root in Beiliang and set up a private school. Due to his eccentric temperament, rigid and harsh personality, coupled with his strange nagging, the private school had always been deserted. If it were not for the fact that he knew some strange medical skills that even the local doctors could not understand, this old man would have starved to death long ago. As for the person who brought the wine to visit the two of them, he was also an unknown teacher in Yellow Flower County. Li Xian's enlightenment of 300,000 was taught by this old man. The first time Li Xian kowtowed in his life was to the memorial tablet of Sage Zhang of the Confucian school and the old man who was a teacher. Now that he thought about it, this teacher's knowledge was neither high nor deep. He definitely could not compare to Mr. Lu who hid his knowledge well. However, to Li Xian, who was already an official, a teacher was a teacher. He would not add a surname like how he addressed Mr. Lu in front of him. The villagers did not have as much respect for this poor private school teacher as Li Xian, who believed in teacher for a day, father for life. They liked to call him Old Baldy Wang. Incidentally, when some naughty children were working in the neighboring fields, or when the teacher borrowed money from their parents, they also dared to laugh and call him Old Baldy Wang. As for whether they would be beaten later on, that was another matter. The children in the village were all thick-skinned and could run around the mountain barefoot. So what if they were beaten a few times? Li Xian's enlightened teacher, Wang Chongqing, was not on good terms with Mr. Lu. The two old men were about the same age but had been through a lot. They quarreled from their middle age to their twilight years. Generally speaking, Mr. Lu's words were vague and vague. It would take a few years for people to realize what he had said. His words were not vicious at the moment. Wang Chongqing's village slang was always eloquent. It was not very literary, but its lethality was not something that Mr. Lu could match. However, Mr. Lu was always calm and in an invincible position. Their quarrel often became like a chicken talking to a duck, or playing the lute to a cow. They never got tired of it. It had been more than 20 years. This time, Li Xian took out money from his savings to buy a pot of green ant wine because his teacher had just been taken over by someone else and had lost his job as a private school teacher. In a fit of anger, he was bedridden. The new teacher was even younger than Li Xian, who was nearing 30 years old. Li Xian had seen him once before. He spoke well and was a foreign scholar. Unlike the majority of scholars who went to northern Liang to enter Yamen, this scholar did not seem to like being an official. He was only interested in teaching. As for why he came to northern Liang to teach, only God knew. However, there were also rumors that this scholar had fallen in love with a young lady in the village at first sight at the Yellow Flower County Market. Therefore, he came all the way to the village to stay. Li Xian was a person who did not pay attention to the outside world when he was studying and was now teaching. He was not willing to investigate this matter. He felt that if it was true, then they could be considered a scholar and a beauty. Of course, he was willing to give his blessings to the lovers in his heart. From the corner of his eyes, Li Xian had already seen the teacher who wanted to go out and bask in the sun. When he saw the two figures, he immediately retreated into the house. His legs were very nimble. He probably went back to his bed and pretended to be sick. Li Xian and Mr. Lu walked into the slightly dark room together. The latter slammed the rice wine and food on the small table and said angrily, "There's wine and meat today. Old Baldy Wang, if you can get up, then you and I can eat and drink until we're clean. If you don't get up, then I'll help you eat and drink in front of you." Wang Chongqing, who was lying on the bed, snorted coldly, "Rice wine?" Mr. Lu said angrily, "If it's not rice wine, then is it Baoyang's green ant wine? If you want me to drink green ant wine, then the sun will rise from the west. Drink it or not." Li Xian could only act as a peacemaker and said with a smile, "Teacher, I brought a pot of green ant wine. Mr. Lu has soy sauce meat. How about it?" Only then did Wang Chongqing slowly get out of bed. After getting up, he straightened his clothes. Mr. Lu sneered, "A monkey wearing a hat." Wang Chongqing slanted his eyes and said, "Look at the clothes I'm wearing. It's brand new. This year, I'll even buy a new set of clothes. Look at the clothes you're wearing that year after year. You're completely disgraced." Mr. Lu calmly said, "To be noble when there is nothing to do, to be rich when there is no need to sleep early, to be rich when there is no need to walk slowly as a carriage, to eat late as meat, to wear ragged clothes as a fur coat, this is to live in peace and happiness." Wang Chongqing rolled his eyes and said, "If you're poor, then you're poor. Do you have a reason for it?" Chapter 1668. Mr. Lu sneered, "Unlike some frogs at the bottom of a well, I have traveled thousands of miles in my life and have seen the heavens in human affairs. I have also read thousands of books in my life and have seen the heavens in human affairs. In this poor and remote Beiliang, I often see old scholars obsessing over old piles of paper for decades. Once they step out of the door, they lose their sense of direction. How laughable, how laughable. Especially those old piles of paper. If placed in the central plains where farming and reading are passed down, even a normal child would be able to recite them backwards. Wang Chongqing was too lazy to pay attention to Mr. Lu. He sat down on a small stool and took the open pot of green ant wine from Li Xian. He lowered his head and sniffed hard. With an intoxicated expression, he said, "Just this smell alone is worth 7 or 8 taels of silver." Using the light from the broken window, Wang Chongqing and his student, Li Xian, drank the green ant wine while Mr. Lu drank the yellow wine alone. Wang Chongqing, with his sparse hair, stepped on the stool. Compared to Mr. Lu, who sat upright and still, he did not look like a teacher. On the other hand, Li Xian, who was taught by Wang Chongqing, did not lose to Mr. Lu in terms of elegance. Wang Chongqing poured 2 bowls of wine. Li Xian smiled and shook his head. Wang Chongqing pointed at his proud student and said regretfully, "If you don't drink, how can you write a good poem that will be passed down through the ages?" Mr. Lu said sarcastically, "Wang Chongqing, you have drunk at least a few 100 pounds of wine in your life. Have you ever written a good poem? Although Li Xian can be considered half a student of yours, he is a true Jiren. In my opinion, it is only because of his status in Beiliang that he could not pass the Jinshi examination. Is he someone you, Wang Chongqing, can teach?" Wang Chongqing drank a mouthful of green ant wine and wiped his mouth. He retorted, "I can't teach. You, Lu Shumai, can teach. Just because your family background is better, you can memorize a few more books. What's so great about that?" Mr. Lu wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he did not say something. He only said angrily, "Unreasonable." Wang Chongqing drank another mouthful of wine and then burped. He picked up a piece of meat with 2 fingers and threw it into his mouth. Instantly, his whole body felt comfortable. Li Xian could not resist his teacher's persuasion to drink. After drinking half a bowl, his face turned red. The 2 old men drank and ate meat in silence, but one used his hands while the other used chopsticks. It was rare for Mr. Lu to get drunk. He was a little embarrassed, but also a little proud. His absent-minded eyes were filled with nostalgia. He muttered to himself, "I wish I could marry 10 women, I wish I could be a Dechu." Old Baldy Wang used his elbow to lightly poke the slightly tipsy student and asked in a low voice, "What's so special about 10 girls?" Li Xian smiled and said, "In the spring and autumn period of the past, there were 10 great clans. It's probably from a classic story." Old Baldy Wang was amused. "Didn't our great general teach him a lesson?" Wang Chongqing's voice wasn't small. Mr. Lu immediately glared at him. Wang Chongqing drank more than half of the green ant wine and was already 70 to 80% drunk. He stretched his neck and said, "What? You're not convinced? Don't think that you can look down on Beiliang just because you're a remnant of the spring and autumn period. Do you really think that you're better than others? Humph, I've tolerated you for many years. In the past, you always said that His Royal Highness was a hedonistic son of a rich family. At that time, I was also blind to think that His Royal Highness wasn't as good as the great general and might not be able to shoulder the burden of Beiliang. That's why I followed you and scolded you. Today, if you continue to be sarcastic with me, I'll teach you a lesson. Even if I can't teach you a lesson, there's still Li Xian, my student." Mr. Lu's eyes were bloodshot. He said softly, "You think you're amazing just because you can kill people? How can there be such a logic in this world? The history books recorded that a general's success is built on thousands of dead bodies? That's not the logic of a scholar." Wang Chongqing suddenly slammed his wine bowl heavily. A small portion of the green ant wine spilled out of the large white bowl. Wang Baldy, who usually went to the market to drink a bowl of wine, could drink until there wasn't a drop left. This time, he didn't care about his heartache. He said angrily to Mr. Lu, "The great general killed people like scything flax. I don't know if it's reasonable for him to let your central plains sink or not. I only know that from the great general to the prince of New Liang, 2 generations of the Su family led the soldiers outside the Northwest Pass and blocked the 1 million strong cavalry of Beimang for your central plains. Taking a step back, even if the great general owes your remnant of the spring and autumn period, the prince of New Liang and the Beiliang frontier army will repay this debt on behalf of the Su family this year. Zhao Shunzi from our village, Li Xian's Li Erwa from Li Xian's village, and 2 young men from your Lu Mao's village. 4 people outside the Beiliang Pass, but only 1 survived. 1 died in Huda City, and the other 2 died at the mouth of the gourd. Zhao Shunzi was in his early 20s. He was the same as me, Wang Chongqing. In your eyes, he was someone who wouldn't be able to achieve anything even if he studied for his entire life. But in the end? In the end, I, Wang Chongqing, and you, this old bastard, Lu Mao, are leisurely drinking wine here." Wang Chongqing slammed his fist on the table. "The 2 of us who deserved to die didn't die. The ones who didn't deserve to die are dead. What are you after?" "Yes, Zhao Shunzi and the others didn't die for you, Lu Mao, nor did they die for me, Baldy Wang. But can't we remember their kindness? Can't you, Lu Mao, remember the kindness of the 300,000 soldiers of Beiliang?" Mr. Lu raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. His expression was calm, but his lips were livid. He slowly said, "What's so difficult about remembering the kindness of those who died at the border? But why should I remember the kindness of the Su family? The Lu family of Dechu had more than 300 people. After Hong Jia fled to the north, only I, Lu Mao, was left. You were right about one thing. Those who deserved to die didn't die, but those who didn't deserve to die are all dead." Wang Chongqing roared, "Get out of here. Lu Mao, I don't care how many of your people died back then." Mr. Lu suddenly stood up, smashed the jar of yellow wine, and strode away. Li Xian hesitated and then ran out after him. Mr. Lu's steps staggered. Li Xian wanted to support him but was waved away. Li Xian's voice was raspy as he said, "Mr. Lu, other than the elders of this village, perhaps no one knows that my teacher's 2 sons died in battle early on outside Liangzhou Pass. Teacher's wife also died because of this." Lu Mao stopped by the stream. Li Xian gazed at the little stream. "When I went to Jing for the exam, my teacher gave me all of his savings. He said that Mr. Lu liked a set of Words of the Window LV Tsong, and told me to bring a set back for you from Great Peace City. But at the time, among the people who went to Jing with us, one of them wanted to stay in Jing to participate in the exam. I impulsively gave all of my money to him in hopes that he would not be troubled by life in that capital that was hostile to Beiliang and would be able to focus on his studies. I didn't even dare to confess this matter to my teacher because when I was leaving, my teacher told me that no matter what, Mr. Lu was truly knowledgeable. You were a true scholar that he could not compare to, but you were able to teach in Beiliang for 20 years. Therefore, Beiliang owed Mr. Lu. Therefore, he, Wang Chongqing, should do something." Li Xian said softly, "Mr. Lu carries the hatred of the country and family. My teacher never dares to have you forget anything." Li Xian looked around. But Beiliang, the poor and remote place in Mr. Lu's eyes, never forgets kindness. Never betrays justice. Li Xian smiled. "I've never met the great general, nor have I met the new Prince Liang, but I've met my teacher, Wang Chongqing. I've met Li Erwa, who went into the river with me in the early years to catch fish. I've met Zhao Shunzi, who scolded me as a bookworm when I was young and beat me up. I've also met my teacher's 2 sons, and I've met my teacher's wife. Then I think, since we were born in Beiliang, it's only right that we die in Beiliang. For the people of Beiliang who have to face the Beimang Iron Cavalry head-on, as long as the war at the border doesn't stop, it's normal for people to die every day and every year. Perhaps one day, we'll really be the ones to die. We'll still be unwilling, but we'll still be afraid. Death is one thing. Because Beimang can't let us Bailiang live an ignoble existence. And we don't want to live an ignoble existence either. Mr. Liu, you said that in the early years of the Central Plains, people hated not being able to marry 10 women and hated not being able to be Dechu. Today, Liang hates not being able to be born in Jiangnan and hates not being able to live in Taiyan. Li Xian smiled carefreely. As for me, Li Xian, I'm just a weak scholar. I only hate not being able to die in Liangzhou. The old man from West Chu stared blankly at the back of the young Bailiang scholar as he left. The old man suddenly lay down beside the stream, stuck his head into the water, and drank fiercely. Then, he sat down cross-legged and laughed. Good wine. The old man turned his head to look at the young man who ran back quickly. He must have thought that Lu Mao had taken things too hard. The old man couldn't stop laughing. On the contrary, Lu Mao had finally thought things through today. Compared to the Central Plains, whether it was the Central Plains of the spring and autumn period or the Central Plains of Liang, there weren't many scholars in Bailiang, and there were even fewer books. However, who said that there was no chivalry between the lines here? Chapter 1669. A group of people walked along the city entrance road to the northern wall of the new city. Among them was the northern Liang administrator, Li Gongda. This was the leader of the civil officials in Lingzhou who lived like a prince. In the past, he was known as the #1 official in the northern Liang path. After becoming the new city's governor, he did almost everything by himself. As a result, he lost close to 10 kilograms. Although he was tired, he was full of energy like a withered tree in spring. His spirit was not inferior to the young people. In the past 6 months, Li Gongda had hardly worn his official robes. It was not that the administrator did not care about the style of a border official at all, but that this miser was really distressed about the money spent on changing his official robes. Later, he simply showed up in civilian clothes. It was said that he had changed more than a dozen pairs of boots, and they gradually changed from flashy to cheap and good boots that were as sturdy as possible. Today, Li Gongda wore the official uniform of grade 2 embroidered with a golden pheasant's patch. He and Yuan Zuozong, the commander of Bailiang's cavalry army, who had the highest rank among the generals, walked on the left and right sides of the young feudal lord. Besides these two important officials of Bailiang who led the civil and military officials, there was a huge lineup. Except for Chu Lushan, the governor of Bailiang, who had to keep an eye on the border movement north of Huda City, and Yan Wenluan and Chen Yinxue, the 2 old generals of infantry, who didn't show up because of the many things waiting to be done at Calabash City, the other 2 deputy generals of cavalry, He Zhonghu and Zhou Kong, the deputy general of infantry, Gu Dazu, Tian Peifang, the governor of Liangzhou province, Shi Fu, the new governor of Liangzhou province, Hu Kuei, the governor of Yuzhou province, and Huangfu Qiu, the governor of Longxiang army, Li Mofen, the Longxiang army's representative, Chen Xiliang and Ko Jianghuai, the Liuzhou cavalry army's general, Yu Wandao, the Yuzhou army's chief general, Hong Xinjia, and the real power general, Chao Xiaojiao, who had won the nickname of Quick Knife in the Battle of Calabash City, led 4,000 cavalrymen to join hands with Yu Wandao and completely blocked the retreat route of Yang Yuanzhan's personal army. What's more, it was Chao Xiaojiao, the governor of Beimang. At the top of the city wall, there was a veritable horse-riding path. The northern outer battlements had been completed, and the inner parapet wall was also about to be completed. The next step was to build the gate tower on the northern city gate. Su Fengnian stood at a battlements and looked towards the north. From here to the Liuya Fuling defense line in Huayang Pass, it was a flat terrain that was convenient for cavalry to gallop. He Zhonghu's left cavalry army and Zhou Kang's right cavalry army were stationed there. In the original plan of Su Xiao and Li Shan, once Beimang captured Huda City, the 2 main cavalry forces outside Bailiang Pass would suffer the heaviest losses. However, due to the heavy casualties in the two battlefields of the first battle between Liangmang and Qingcang City in Liuzhou Province and Heluku in Yuzhou Province, Beimang could not gain a firm foothold. As a result, the two cavalry forces of over 70,000 didn't suffer any casualties for the first time. This was also the real reason why Beiliang was confident in the second battle between Beiliang and Beimang. Su Fengnian was multitasking. While listening to Li Gongda's detailed description of the progress of the new city, Su Fengnian was thinking about the next deployment of the cavalry. Back then, in order to defend Liuzhou and gain strategic depth for Beiliang, Su Shao expanded the Longxiang army from 10,000 to 30,000 without affecting the military strength of the army as much as possible. It was impossible for the border cavalry to have an extra 20,000 people out of thin air. Naturally, he would transfer the elites from the left and right cavalry, which would inevitably weaken the military strength of the border cavalry. However, the problem was that the 30,000 Longxiang army was almost wiped out outside Qingcang City. Of course, Liuzhou could not be abandoned. In fact, it would become even more important in the future when Yuzhou would be free of war. What could he do? The martial arts grandmaster Su Fengnian could use his will as a sword, but a land immortal was not a true immortal who could scatter beans and turn them into soldiers. He could only continue to ask for people from Jianghu and Zhoukang. Not only did the Longxiang army need people, Ko Jianghuai, the general of Liuzhou who had made a great contribution, also wanted to form his own troops. Yu Wandao's Yuzhou cavalry needed to be replenished no matter what. As a result, not to mention Zhou Kong, who had a fiery temper, even He Zhonghu, who was extremely easy to talk to and was willing to consider the big picture, privately found him, the king of Beiliang. What he meant was that the left cavalry could be given people, but he only hoped that the left cavalry would not be broken. Chao Wei asking for 2,000 people was fine, but Ko Jianghuai and Li Mofen, the two big shots of Liuzhou army, were really asking for an exorbitant price. One wanted 8,000, the other wanted 15,000. And it had to be elite old soldiers. At that time, He Zhonghu bitterly smiled and mocked himself to Su Fengnian. Even if all of his old bones were torn apart, it would not be enough to satisfy the two generals. As for Zhou Kong, who was also the deputy commander of the cavalry, he was even more stubborn. He did not even want to meet Ko Jianghuai and Li Mofen. He directly said that he only wanted his life, and that the right cavalry should not even think about taking a single soldier away. On this matter, in all of Beiliang, there were only 3 people who could speak. Chu Lushan of the Governor-General Manor, Su Weisheng of Wutongan, and Su Fengnian. As for the others, even the old General Yan Wenluan of the spring and autumn period, as the commander of the infantry, would definitely not get involved in the military affairs of the cavalry, especially such a sensitive large-scale change. As the founder of the world situation theory, although great ancestor Gu was in the infantry, it was good that he did not have a deep foundation. He could give some advice. However, in the turmoil of whether to fight or to defend, after the fall of Huda city, he became hostile with the pro-war faction of the entire border army. He even had a falling out with Zhou Kong. They were only short of fighting. Yuan Zhuozong, whether it was the identity of the Su family or the position and prestige in the Beiliang army, was one of the few people who could speak. Unfortunately, Yuan Zhuozong kept silent about this matter. On the surface, it was because he was busy organizing the 10,000 Snow Dragon cavalry and the 2 heavy cavalry. However, Su Fengnian knew that Yuan Zhuozong was worried about Chu Lushan, who remained silent after the war. Even if Su Weisheng wanted to speak, Su Fengnian did not want her to speak. Beiliang was not the same as Liang. There was no pleasure in deciding the life and death of others. It was just a burden. As long as there was a man in the Su family, it would not be Su Weisheng's turn to carry the burden. Su Fengnian looked into the distance. In Jianghu, he had experienced many life and death battles. Many of them could be said to have escaped death. However, after the battle, he rarely had any lingering fear. As for the battle with Tuoba Bodhisattva, he even felt that it was not enough. As for the battle with Qi Jiajia and the imperial astronomer of Great Peace City, it was like turning over an old account. However, in this battle with Liang Meng, for the first time, Su Fengnian truly felt as if he had survived a calamity. This was because Huang Manor had almost died outside Qingcang City. If not for Deputy General Wang Lingbao, Huang Manor really would have died. This time, as soon as Huang Manor heard that his older brother was coming to the new city, he led the cavalry under his command back to Liuzhou that very night. Most likely, he was afraid that Su Fengnian would scold him, or perhaps he felt some unknown guilt. Huang Manor did not dare to return to Qingliang Mountain in Liangzhou. His second sister, Su Weisheng, was there. For Su Longxiang, the weight of his second sister's angry words was greater than the weight of Tuoba Bodhisattva's all-out attack. The sun set in the west, and the sun set on the long river. The border was no longer filled with smoke. However, half a year later, or perhaps even less, smoke would rise from all sides. In Beiliang's next battle, even if there would not be a large-scale battle, compared to before, Lingzhou's western Shu, which was further south, would have an additional unpredictable king of Shu, Chen Jibao. As long as Beimang still treated the western front as a breakthrough point, then Beiliang's dangerous situation would not be alleviated at all. They could only continue to exchange lives for lives. It all depended on whether Beiliang could exchange one life for many lives. How many lives could they exchange for Beimang barbarians? Su Fengnian gently exhaled. Without turning around, he said in a low voice, "Zhou Kong." Jean Partridge took a step forward and cupped his fists. "This general is here." Su Fengnian calmly said, "Including the 2,000 cavalry of Great Sui Camp, transfer 8,000 men from the right cavalry to Yul Wandao's Yuzhou cavalry." The old general Zhou Kong did not speak. Su Fengnian did not force this deputy commander to express his opinion. At that moment, the atmosphere on the city wall was heavy. Zhou Kong finally gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, sir." Su Fengnian turned around and said to Yul Wandao, "Transfer all the Yuzhou border cavalry to Liangzhou Pass and be in charge of defending the Koer pasture. You have half a year at most." Yul Wandao said in a low voice, "Yes, sir." Next, Su Fengnian quickly gave out military orders. Jianghu, other than the 2,000 cavalry given to Chao Wei, the 10,000 cavalry of Taipei camp will be given to the Longxiang army of Liuzhou. Yuan Zuozong will no longer lead the Jibei camp and will be given to General Ko of Liuzhou. Shifu, you are allowed to transfer 5,000 cavalry and 10,000 infantry from Beiliang to the north to defend the horseback slope. Hong Yu will be promoted to the main general of the Rouge Army. Chao Xiaojiao will be the deputy general of Yuzhou. Yuzhou General Huangfu Xiu will be in charge of the Helan Mountain on the east. Chen Shiliang has been promoted to Flow State and is in charge of recruiting 6,000 strong youths from Flow State to join the army. 3,000 will stay in Azure Sky City and 3,000 will enter Ling State. These 6,000 youths and their families can obtain the Northern Liang Army. Voices of acknowledgement gradually sounded from the top of the city wall. Finally, Su Fengnian turned around and looked at the faces. The old Zhonghu Zhou Kong, the young Yuan Zuozong Shifu, and the young Yul Wandao Chao Xiaojiao. The 3 generations of generals of Beiliang. Su Fengnian said slowly, "Everyone, in the next 3 years, even if you die in battle, you must die before the new city is built." On the city wall, there were no heroic words or impassioned speeches. There was silence. Everyone just cupped their fists at the same time. Chapter 1670. Outside the northern Liang Pass, a majestic city had been built from the ground. Further south, this new city, which had just been officially named Refusing the North, also had the atmosphere of a skyscraper rising from the ground. A small market appeared. Although it was small, it had all the essentials. There were restaurants, teahouses, inns, pawnshops, and gambling dens. There were merchants and peddlers who came here to look for business. There were scholars who traveled to the border. There were Jianghu people who came here to visit with their friends. There were people who told stories here. There was a lot of discussion about the name of the new city. The foreigners all felt that the name Beijua City was not strong enough. It was not as straightforward as the name Beijua City. The scholars of the academy who had not been appointed as officials in Beiliang generally thought that Beijua City was more appropriate. Although it had a strong evil spirit, they had been in the northwest for more than a year. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. They began to be influenced by the customs of the Liangren people. Like water entering a sandpit, it was no longer a hidden spring in the forest, but a turbid wine. Beijua City, which was built at the beginning of the second year of Xiangfu, was the most important city in Beiliang, both strategically and symbolically. There were rumors that not only would the Protectorate General move into the new city from Huaiyang Pass at the end of the year, but a new Liangzhou prince would also build an official office here and become the provincial governor of the Outer Pass, who had both military and political power in Liangzhou. However, despite the importance of Beijua City, the elite border troops stationed around the new city were still in the pattern of northern Yan and southern Song. This could be seen from the fact that there were no patrols in the market. At first, the scholars who went to Beiliang were puzzled. They only understood after the local merchants explained that there were fierce battles outside the pass and peace inside the pass. Beiliang had been peaceful for more than 20 years. When it was close to noon and the sun was high in the sky, Su Fengnian walked alone in the market nicknamed Ziak Town. There were no white horses or guards around him. Even Su Yanbing did not accompany him. Most of the people in the market were foreigners. Other than the people of Liangzhou and the old people like Yan Wenluan, there were not many people who were familiar with the new prince of Beiliang. The tens of thousands of soldiers in Huda City were familiar with him. Unfortunately, they had all died in battle, including their general Lu Jinu. They were also familiar with Su Fengnian's soldiers. However, more than half of them had died in the Second Battle of Huluku. Other than Yulwandao, no one else would appear here. At this time, Su Fengnian's face was a little pale. This was the aftereffect of the battle at the Imperial Astronomer. Qi Jiajia's sword qi had been suppressed in 3 acupoints after Xianyuan Qingfeng had transferred it to Su Fengnian. This was also the premise that Su Fengnian was able to fight with Dong Tai and Chao Chongqing at the Xiamawi courier station. Now, the sword qi was flowing freely in his body like a flood breaking through a dam. It was as if an army was passing through, or a cavalry galloping on the ground. Su Fengnian's sword qi seemed to be thundering inside his body. If it were a Taoist saint who was good at inner vision, he would have completely given up on the idea of immortality. Su Fengnian picked a restaurant that was bustling with people and sat down. Out of the 3 times he had been in Jianghu, he had lived a life of haggling over every ounce. He knew that a single copper coin could not kill a hero, and he was used to having money in the palm of his hand. Weighing his money pouch, Su Fengnian ordered a pot of wine, 2 bowls of rice, and 3 dishes. He sat by the window, took off his cold saber, and put on his casual clothes. He looked like an ordinary scholar who had traveled to the border. The restaurant was not big, but business was good. As more and more diners poured in, there were people who had the intention of sharing a table. The waiter ran over to Su Fengnian with a troubled expression. Su Fengnian smiled and nodded, saying that it was fine. However, he had requested for 2 pots of green ant wine and that he would have to pay the price of 1 pot. The waiter thought about it and felt that this business was still profitable, so he acted on his own initiative and agreed on behalf of the restaurant owner. There were 5 people sharing a table with Su Fengnian, 1 woman and 4 men. The 4 men had completely different auras. It was unknown how they got together, but it was obvious that they were heroic and scholarly. For example, there was a tall man in his 30s. The scabbard of his sword was made of gold. As for the scholarly man, not only did he have a scholarly aura, but he also had a red sandalwood folding fan sprinkled with gold. The fan pendant was made of the rare redwood that could not be bought with money. However, Su Fengnian's eyes were shrewd and ruthless. One of the redwood pendants was made of honey, while the other one was made of low-grade iron. Thus, the difference in status between the two was obvious. It was obvious that the latter was just putting on an act. 1 table and 4 long benches. 2 heroic guests and 2 scholarly men sat side by side on Su Fengnian's left and right. Only the young and elegant woman sat alone across from Su Fengnian. Clothes make the man, and Buddha makes the gold. Probably they did not take the plainly dressed Su Fengnian seriously, so they talked without restraint. The woman had a Jiangnan accent, soft and gentle. She did not speak much, but she did not agree with the men. The 2 chivalrous men had a Jizhou accent and a Liaodong accent, while the scholars came from Qingzhou in the Central Plains and Jianzhou in the southeast. These 4 men talked about the world situation as well as Jianghu anecdotes. In their words, they had mixed feelings about the Liang imperial court. They felt that the officials of the various government offices in the capital were a new atmosphere for the new dynasty. It was a pity that Lu Xingxiang and the other generals of the southern expedition failed to live up to expectations, which allowed the Guangling rebels to take advantage of the situation and grow stronger. However, without exception, they did not have any doubts about the entire Liang dynasty's prosperity. First of all, Beiliang had defeated Beimang, and the northwest gate was as stable as a rock. Second of all, Gu Jintang's 2 Liao border armies had finally taken the initiative to attack and won a series of inspiring victories. Before this, the 2 vassal kings surnamed Zhao, the prince of Yanqi, Zhao Yi, and the prince of Guangling, who liked to compete with the Beiliang cavalry, had greatly disappointed the people. Fortunately, the great pillar state Gu Jiantang had stepped forward at this time, allowing the people to feel relieved. It turned out that in Liang, other than the Beiliang border army, there was no one who could compete with the Beimang barbarians. When it came to the 2 Liao and the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, who patrolled the borders for the emperor, the scholar from the Central Plains, casually, said that his father's generation had a close relationship with assistant minister Su. They had been schoolmates in the early years, and later on, they had become colleagues. When General Long Xiang entered the capital to take up his post, his father's generation had been in the procession to send him off. Even now, they were still exchanging letters. Hearing this, the woman who had been glancing at Su Fengnian from time to time suddenly became high and mighty again. Su Fengnian ate slowly and carefully, but there were only 2 bowls of rice and 3 dishes. No matter how slow he ate, he would eventually finish. Fortunately, there was still a pot of green ant wine by his side. He put down his chopsticks and opened the pot to pour himself a cup of wine. In reality, it was not just his table that was talking loudly. Most of the people in the restaurant were talking about the state affairs and eating the dishes and wine that cost 2 or 3 taels of silver. They were talking about the hearts of the imperial palace of Great Peace City or the Wangfu of Mount Qingliang in Beiliang. Su Fengnian smiled as he listened to the hubbub around him. He raised his wine cup and turned his head to look at the bright sunny sky outside the window. At some point, the scholar from Jianzhou, who was holding the carved Maitreya fan, had mentioned the new King Liang, who he had never met before. Perhaps he was drunk, or perhaps he was deliberately trying to surprise the woman he liked, but his words were a bit harsh. After drinking a cup, he sneered, "Everyone knows that the eldest son of the old King Liang was a bastard in his early years. His Royal Highness was a bastard. He was a bastard for more than 10 years and was infamous. The first time he showed his face was when the old King Liang let him participate in the martial arts parade outside Beiliang. Clearly, this was to pave the way for the hereditary title of King of Beiliang. Now, the people of Beiliang all say that when the new King Liang was the crown prince and the general of Lingzhou, he taught the general of Huaihua, Zhong Hongwu, a harsh lesson. It was very satisfying. Is this really the case?" The beautiful woman asked curiously, "Master Song, what do you mean?" Chapter 1671. The young scholar sneered, "It's just a show of strength to warn the tiger and burning the bridge after crossing the river. In the end, Wasn't it because the old Liang king was afraid that his son would not be able to convince the masses, so he secretly instructed Li Gongda, who was in charge of the Lingzhou officialdom, to deal with Zhong Hongwu as an example? Otherwise, with Su Fengnian's status and reputation at that time, would he dare to provoke the Beiliang cavalry commander who had accumulated great power? Who didn't know that great General Zhong Hongwu had countless students in the border army? Not only that, even the wealthy Lingzhou of Beiliang was jokingly called the backyard of the Zhong family. Beiliang first forced Zhong Hongwu to leave the border army, and then took down this old military head. At the same time, during the military restructuring of Beiliang, they did not touch the border army, but only the troops stationed in the territory. Everything was done in one go. Who would believe that this was not the plan of the old Liang king when he was alive? The young man who claimed to have been friends with Assistant Minister Su smiled and nodded. It should be said that he killed the bold tiger to warn the fierce tiger. Zhong Hongwu was not in his position, and he was like a tiger without teeth. The old Liang king used him as a sacrifice for his eldest son. Yan Wenluan, who was also a general of the Beiliang border army and also the local emperor of Yuzhou, had the old Liang king made a move? Did His Royal Highness dare to make a move? In reality, before Su Fengnian inherited the throne, he did not go to Yuzhou at all. Why did he choose Lingzhou? Because compared to Yuzhou, where even the farts of the generals were effective, the civil officials here could compete with the generals. In addition, Li Gongda had obtained the position of administrator, so how could he not serve the Su family to the death? More accurately speaking, Brother Song's so-called three matters were done in one go. The true foreshadowing was Li Gongda, the administrator who was also the Lingzhou provincial governor at that time. If I were Zhong Hongwu, I would have long been wary. The two heroes could talk big when they talked about Jianghu and Wulin, but when they talked about the officialdom and the imperial court, they were stunned. However, it sounded very murderous. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Wasn't the pen in the hands of a weak scholar also a knife in his hands? The scholar surnamed Song agreed deeply and continued to mock and ridicule, regardless of whether Su Fengnian's identity as a great grandmaster is real or not. Let's just say that the appearance of the tens of thousands of Yuzhou cavalrymen outside the calabash's mouth is now said by the Beiliang people that this action has something to do with Su Shao. But is there really someone in the world who is leading the charge on the battlefield? Even if there were, they would be brave and fierce generals who could fight against 10,000 people. As a vassal king, was this really appropriate? Did he not know that if he died outside the pass, there would be no need to defend Beiliang? The old King Liang and his 300,000 cavalrymen defended the northwest gate for 20 years just to let Su Fengnian let his emotions affect his decisions and add a few good words to his name? At this point, the young scholar laughed loudly. Everyone in Beiliang said that great General Su Shao was never afraid of being cursed by the world. They all said that Su Shao once said that the spittle of Li Yang's cursing could fill thousands of large vats, enough for him to wash his feet with for several lifetimes. Now it seems that perhaps it is true that Su Shao is not afraid of being cursed, but it is even more true that his son wants to leave his name in the history books, and it has to be a good one at that. The other young scholar skillfully opened his folding fan. The new King Liang, the new Beiliang, the new Beiliang, the great feat of rejecting the imperial edict won the hearts of countless Beiliang people. Amazing! But I don't know if it was Su Beiji's idea or Chen Shiliang's plan. In my opinion, if not for Su Beiji in Lingzhou buying grain and Chen Shiliang strategizing in Qingsang City in Liuzhou, even if Beiliang had a border army of 300,000 cavalrymen, they would not be able to stop the million-strong army of Beimang. Scholars were naturally close to other scholars. Of course, this was on the premise that there was no direct conflict of interest between scholars. Otherwise, scholars would harm scholars and kill without spilling blood. Su Fengnian slowly drank his wine. The meaning of the two young people was very clear. He was able to become king of Beiliang today because of his father, Su Shao, and Li Yishan. He was able to guard the pass because of Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang. And he himself was wandering around Beiliang, seeking fame and deceiving the hearts of the people. Su Fengnian was actually not angry at all. Instead, he was somewhat happy. In any case, these two foreign scholars admitted that the Su family had protected the Northwest for 2 generations. The hero with the golden scabbard sword lowered his voice and carefully said, "Two young masters, the walls have ears. I heard that the spies of Bailiang's Fu Shui chamber have top-notch ears." The scholar from Jianghu with the surname Song laughed and said, "It's fine. If they are captured, then so be it." It also proves that Su Fengnian's magnanimity is not enough to be the powerful king guarding the Northwest. Su Fengnian suddenly had a whole new level of respect for this person. There were many spies of the Fu Shui chamber in this small town, and all of them were experienced veterans. This guy's words seemed unrestrained and unrestrained, but it was actually equivalent to sticking a protective talisman on himself. If that Su Fengnian, who was fishing for fame, knew about this, he would laugh it off after hearing the news. He might even buy a horse with a lot of money to buy people's hearts and give the scholars an explanation. Su Fengnian sighed and lowered his head to drink his wine. Although the people at this table were very Jianghu, he suddenly remembered a young man who had just entered the Jianghu and died at the Lake of Spring. His name was He Zhu, and he had a grudge against the Su family of Bailiang. However, in order to repay Jia Jiajia's kindness, he still went to the Quicksnow Mountain Villa with serious injuries to report to Su Fengnian. In the end, he died at the villa. A promise worth 1,000 gold didn't care about life and death. Su Fengnian respected this kind of person very much. In his heart, this kind of person was only second to Old Huang and the old man in the sheepskin fur coat. He was even above the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai. It was not about who you were, but what you did. It's not about what you've done, it's about putting yourself in my shoes. As long as you do something that I can't do, then I, Su Fengnian, will sincerely admire you. If we can sit at the same table, what's wrong with pouring wine for you? During his second tour of Jianghu, there was a retainer of a swordsman named Lu Qiantang. Before his death, he cursed Su Fengnian, F***ck His Royal Highness. His meaning was very simple. If you weren't the heir of Bailiang, if you weren't the son of Su Shao, if the Tide Listening Pavilion didn't want the secret manual, would I have risked my life for you? Therefore, when Su Fengnian scattered Lu Qiantang's ashes on the Guangling River, he still felt guilty. Therefore, Su Fengnian always felt that the heroine, who was ashamed to spar with others because of her ample bosom, who was willing to show kindness to him and Wenhua when they were in dire straits, was a true heroine. Li Chuangong's Jianghu was very large, a lifetime large. Therefore, he came to the great snowy plateau for the sake of green Pao, and to the broken armor by the Guangling River for the sake of the peerless swordsman in green, so that the two of them would have no regrets. Before his death, he borrowed the sword from 10,000 li away to personally deny the saying, "If the heavens didn't give birth to me, Li Chungang, the way of the sword would be like a long night for all eternity." Old Huang's Jianghu was very small. He died on the city wall of Wu for his master, Sui Xiegu, who loved to eat swords. He wanted to prove to his master that he had a pretty good disciple. More importantly, it was for the young man whom he was willing to address as young master, the young man who had walked through Jianghu with him, the old man who had wandered 6,000 li with him, the old man who lacked front teeth and carried a sword case on his back. He didn't regard Su Fengnian as his Royal Highness, but rather as his own junior. When Wenhua folded his sword and left Jianghu, he must have regarded Su Fengnian, as a scoundrel friend who called him brother and roamed Jianghu with him. Because of these Jianghu people in Jianghu, Su Fengnian lent his saber to the young child who longed for Jianghu at the Tumbling Horse Pass, killed people in Beimang in anger for Qing Zhu and Yang, and did not have any hatred for the devilish couple, Duckhead Green. Therefore, when these people gradually left Jianghu, Su Fengnian became one of the 4 grandmasters of Wushu evaluation, and on the contrary, he did not care about Jianghu anymore. Su Fengnian had always had good intentions toward this world, toward this Jianghu. Just like the sun outside the building, when it was peaceful, everyone thought that it was the main culprit of the scorching summer. However, when winter came, the sun would not stop coming just because people hated it during summer. Instead, it still made people feel warm. Chapter 1672. Su Fengnian finished the last cup of wine and gently put down the wine cup. Because they were sharing a table, as the wine and meat were continuously served, his plates and bowls were all squeezed together. He looked pitiful, like a turtledove occupying a magpie's nest. It was as if they were afraid that this eyesore would covet his beauty and shamelessly ask the waiter for an extra jug of wine. So when Su Fengnian put down the wine cup, the four men all cast impolite glances at him. Su Fengnian smiled and was about to tactfully pay the bill and leave. This was because Su Beiji, who had somehow found his way here, was actually standing behind the woman. He had previously refused Su Fengnian's signal to sit down and had already stood there for 2 cups of wine. Every time he heard the 2 scholars mocking and ridiculing Su Fengnian, he couldn't help but laugh at his misfortune. Su Fengnian actually felt very guilty towards this young strategist that he had personally abducted from Beimang to Beiliang. The conflict between Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang had been foreshadowed when his master, Li Yishan, was still alive. As for the carving of these 2 pieces of unpolished jade, Li Yishan had also taught Su Fengnian a brocade pouch and given his own unique views. Su Beiji is like a woman from a wealthy family. Even if she has a mediocre appearance, she naturally has the bearing of a great family. She needs to be carefully carved from the fine details and get rid of the negative arrogance, only then can one slowly see the heavenly fragrance and national beauty and gradually enter the best state. Chen Shiliang is just like a beauty from a poor family. Although she is extremely beautiful and moving, in the end, she still lacks the natural bearing of a rich family. She needs to be given an aura from the big picture and open up the layout. Only then can she be as round as you wish, charming but not bewitching. As a result, over the years, Su Fengnian had tried to bring Chen Shiliang by his side. First, he let him take charge of the salt and iron industry in Beiliang. Later, he even let Chen Shiliang be in charge of the local military and political restructuring in Beiliang. Instead, he threw Su Beiji far away from Mount Qingliang and slowly climbed up in the officialdom in Lingzhou. It was only when the great battle of Liangmang was imminent that he had no choice but to hastily take down Zhong Hongwu that Su Beiji was promoted rapidly. Now, the 2 of them just happened to be reversed. Chen Shiliang was far away in Liuzhou in the western regions, while Su Beiji was in the prince's mansion in Mount Qingliang. It had to be said that fate made fools of people. On the surface, Su Beiji had been the provincial governor of Lingzhou and was a practical border official. Now, he was qualified to be the transport commissioner of Beiliang. Although it was a little empty, he was like the provincial governor of Liang entering the capital to take up the position of minister of the 6 ministries. If he could go through another provincial governor and return to the central government, then he was basically set to be the first assistant and second assistant. On the other hand, Chen Shiliang, in the 3 matters of salt, iron, transportation, military, and politics, he had failed in 2 and succeeded in 1. His official position was neither high nor low. In Qingcang City in Liuzhou, he had only reached the position of first assistant. Even Su Beiji's position as the provincial governor of Lingzhou was lower than Su Beiji's. However, in reality, the generals in Beiliang who had benefited from the restructuring, such as Wang Ji, Huang Xiaokuai, and Jiao Wui, more or less owed a debt to Chen Shiliang, the person behind the scenes. Especially in the Battle of Qingcang City, he pushed Chen Shiliang to a transcendent position. The officials of Beiliang and scholars who went to Liangliang greatly respected Chen Shiliang's decision to renounce the brush and join the army. For the time being, a secondary second-rank transport envoy who had not been recognized by the imperial court, a Liuzhou provincial governor who was supported by the public, a provincial governor who was hiding in Beiliang's backyard, a transport envoy who would continue to deal with taxes and provisions, and a central civil official of Liuzhou who had personally heard of Beimang's horseshoes and personally seen Beimang's iron armor. The difference between the two's future achievements would not be judged based on their official positions. In the depths of Su Fengnian's heart, Su Beiji, who was a great talent in the overall situation, was only hidden in Lingzhou because he needed to inherit the position and live a stable life. Otherwise, Su Beiji would have been in Yuzhou or Liuzhou to oversee the overall situation. Yang Guangdou or Hukuei's provincial governor positions, one of them should have been given to Su Beiji. Unfortunately, the second battle of Liangmang was about to begin. Su Fengnian still needed Su Beiji to be far away from the battlefield and win a stable rear for the Beiliang frontier army. This kind of smokeless battlefield was destined to be invisible to the common people. Even Beiliang's officialdom would overlook it. Naturally, it was far inferior to Chen Shiliang, who was on the front lines, who shone with extraordinary splendor and dazzling brilliance. When Su Fengnian stood up and called for a waiter, for some reason, Su Beiji walked up a few steps and patted the woman's shoulder with a smile. When she turned her head in shock, he asked, "May I ask for your name?" The two scholars who came from afar glared at this lecher. The heroic hero from Liaodong suddenly stood up and pressed down on the sword at his waist. He said in a low voice, "Brat, I advise you to remove your dog's paw from Miss Lu's shoulder." The four of them saw the young man angrily withdraw his hand. However, he immediately raised his hands and clapped heavily. Very quickly, a Beiliang warrior in iron armor strode into the restaurant. The hall was instantly silent. As for this general, one could tell at a glance that he was no ordinary soldier. It would be an understatement to guess that he was a commandant of the border army. Su Beiji was like a hedonistic son of a rich family. His dog's paw was placed on the woman's shoulder again. His other hand pointed behind him and smiled. "What, you don't like it?" The burly general full of killing intent stood behind Su Beiji. Although his aura was shocking, his eyes were filled with helplessness. Motherf *Ker, I am a military officer with real power in Lingzhou. How did I become a henchman who helped my young master bully people? The key was that this was in front of the king of Beiliang. Su Fengnian, who was taking out money to pay the bill, felt a headache. The waiter quickly took the money and ran away. The hero of Liaodong immediately let go of the hilt of his sword. Although he did not say anything about lowering his head, it was clear that he wanted to keep the peace. Su Beiji suddenly turned to look at the hero of Jizhou. He took 2 steps forward and slapped the guy's head. He cursed, "From your accent, you're from Jizhou? Jizhou, right? I almost went to your Jizhou to be the administrator. *CK your Jizhou." According to Su Beiji, the Beiliang cavalry would really have to borrow food from Jizhou in Hezhou. Moreover, they would have to advance all the way to the west of the capital. Su Fengnian was a thick-skinned grandmaster. Su Beiji could not vent his anger. Today, he finally had a chance to do so. The hero of Jizhou wanted to cry but had no tears. "The person who provoked you was not me. I was busy cleaning up the greasy chicken leg. I wanted to flatter Miss Lu, but I missed it. I didn't even have time to glare at you. What right do you have to be angry at me?" Other than the Lingzhou lieutenant, there were quickly 7 or 8 armored soldiers who heard the news. As a result, Su Beiji's bullying became even more obvious. Su Fengnian stood up and walked around the table. He held Su Beiji's hand and quietly said, "Let's go." Su Beiji forcefully swatted away Su Fengnian's hand. He angrily said, "Go, go, go. You only know how to retreat. When will you show even a sliver of your courage toward Beimang? The Liang imperial court will not dare to let Wen Taiyi and Ma Zhongxian go to Jinggan province to take over the transportation. I, Su Beiji, was in Lingzhou and was called the governor of Bomi. Now I'm in Qingliang province. I've become a transport officer in the mountains and a grain purchasing official. This doesn't matter, but our Beiliang cavalry does." Su Beiji, who had accumulated a lot of resentment, was finally furious. He punched Su Fengnian in the chest. "If Liang wants fewer people to die in the world, I, Beiliang, agree. But if Liang wants more people to die in Beiliang, Su Beiji will be the first to disagree. Wen Tai, Ma Zhongxian, and Su Beiji, were mentioned one after another. It was not just the two scholars who had just mocked Beiliang about the transportation. They were so scared that they kept quiet out of fear. The entire restaurant did not dare to breathe loudly. Su Fengnian wanted to say something but stopped. Su Beiji suddenly looked like a disheartened old man in his twilight years. He was dispirited and said self-deprecatingly, "I know that in the end, you were able to let the imperial court enter Beiliang without a lack of provisions. You, the king of Beiliang, have actually done very well." Su Beiji looked at the young vassal king. "But, I feel that it's not worth it for you." Su Beiji suddenly turned his head and roared at the 5 people, "Do you think that Beiliang is a fool? That the names on those stone tablets are all fools? Just for this bastard called Su Fengnian, you are so generous to die in battle outside the pass?" Su Beiji, who did not drink but looked like he was drunk, looked around. "If I, your father, Su Fengnian, was a sullen bastard, would have killed you guys who can't even be considered bastards. South of the pass is my Beiliang. Don't forget, south of Beiliang is your central plains." Su Fengnian shook his head and said to Ju Zi, "I'm not sullen." Su Beiji looked at this guy in a daze and said bitterly in a low voice, "I'm sullen." Su Fengnian smiled and picked up an unopened pot of wine from the table. He put his arm around Su Beiji's shoulder and said, "Okay, I'll treat you to a drink." Su Fengnian did not say anything and left with Su Beiji. He did not forget to turn around and look at the waiter who was holding the copper coins that should be given to Su Fengnian but did not dare to come forward. He joked, "Charge this table less for a pot of wine, and we're even." Chapter 1673. The officer with real power following behind Su Beiji as a retainer was precisely the son of Beiliang's old general Wang Shiziu, Wang Ji. After the Battle of Sword Gate, he was in charge of the border between Lingzhou and Western Shu at Malang Ridge and Lazique. Now, he was one of the 14 officers with real power in Beiliang. Hong Shuwen, who stood out in the Phoenix Battalion, was now serving under Wang Ji. It was enough to see Wang Ji's position in the young king's heart. Some of the voices could be heard in Fu Shui room, so could Su Fengnian. If one wanted to become a leader in Beiliang, then one had to be pushed to the position of the head of the army. At the very least, one had to be connected to the border army and military power. Otherwise, even if one reached a high position like Li Gongda, one still wouldn't have enough power to speak in Beiliang. Before Su Fengnian took over as king, did Li Gongda dare to stare at Zhong Hongwu? He didn't dare. Even Zhong Hongwu's subordinates didn't dare. Meanwhile, in Beiliang's leaders, apart from Yan Wenhuan, He Zhonghu, and Chen Yinshui, the others like Huang Fuchang and Hu Kuei counted because they had military power in their hands. However, Liangzhou provincial governor Tian Peifong, whose official rank was half a level higher, could not. The current Chen Shiliang could also count because he had the advantage of being close to the Longxiang army. During the Battle of Qingsang City, he also had a life-and-death relationship with Liuzhou General Ko Jianghuai. However, Su Beiji could not. As he left Lingzhou and entered the king's manor, Wang Ji, who had a good relationship with Su Beiji, and this group of young and strong generals, would have some thoughts. That was why when Beiliang's big shots met at Beifong City and Wang Ji left Lazique north, apart from Wang Ji wanting to advocate for Su Beiji, wasn't Lingzhou General Han Laozhan secretly inciting him? Wasn't this the first time the entire Lingzhou military system, which had high hopes for Su Beiji, spoke up? Su Beiji was like this. In reality, almost all of the border army generals were like this. Why was Left Cavalry Commander Zhou Kong so adamantly against splitting his troops? Was Jean Partridge really greedy for power? Naturally, it wasn't that simple. Zhou had to consider their interests. As long as he, as the deputy cavalry commander, wanted to advance in the border army, he had to give the people behind him some assurance. However, Su was too strong. Su Feng's power was too strong. Su caught him by surprise in front of them, and he had had no choice but to lower his head. He had had no choice but to, he needed to consider their interests. Their interests, Jean. As needed, he was. And he. Therefore, when they got off the city wall, Zhong, who was also split from the right cavalry, suddenly called Zhou Kong to drink with him. Su Fengnian took these actions to heart. As long as Jean Partridge didn't do anything too extreme, it was fine. There was no reason to strip him of his military power and not allow him to complain. The number one person in the Beiliang border army, Chu Lushan, stayed in the Huaiyang Pass governor-general manner. He didn't show his face from start to finish. Wasn't it because even he, Chu Lushan, wanted to do something but couldn't? Rather than making a futile effort and making people hate him, he might as well just shut himself in. Li Yang's previous emperor, Zhao Dun, killed Zhang Julu. Then one day, if he really defeated Bei Mang, would Su Fengnian have to make a choice between Su Beiji, Chen Xiliang, and some other general situation? Similarly, would Su Beiji and Chen Xiliang also have to make a choice between the king of Beiliang and some ideals and dreams? Maybe not, maybe he would. This, perhaps, was already enough to make people feel uneasy and uncomfortable. The commoners who ate steamed buns and the nobles who ate cauldrons had different degrees of pain and contentment. However, the weight of pain and contentment was never different. The celestial couple who lived freely in Jianghu, the gifted scholar and beautiful woman in a small place, and the poor and remote people who grew old together. Perhaps their love had different degrees of grandeur and gentleness, but their feelings for each other were actually not that different. Su Fengnian and Su Beiji walked up the outer wall of the market that wasn't very high. Wang Zhi tactfully didn't follow them. Su Fengnian squatted on the short wall and ate the roasted naan that he had just bought from the stall. He bought 2 naans, but Su Beiji didn't appreciate it. He stacked the 2 naans together and ate them. Su Beiji sat cross-legged and clenched his fists on his thighs. He was in a daze. Su Fengnian asked in a muffled voice, "Zhu Zi, why are you so angry all of a sudden? Other than me, who else has offended you?" Su Beiji said slowly, "This world has offended me, and you're such a coward. Of course I'm unhappy." Su Fengnian ate the naan until his cheeks were bulging. He turned his head and smiled. "Actually, I'm not happy either. Perhaps I'm too thick-skinned. You can't tell." Su Beiji didn't turn his head. "If one day Beiliang defeats Bei Mang and takes over the world, I won't go to the Central Plains. I'll go back to Bei Mang." Su Fengnian gasped in surprise. "That's a pity. Let me tell you, in the past, in order to trick me into going to Jiangnan, Big Sister always said that the land there was good, and that the streets were filled with delicious girls. I didn't believe her at the time. Later on, I went to take a look myself. It was true. If it weren't for the fact that Beiliang has a girl from Yanji County to support us, I really wouldn't want to leave the Central Plains. Even if you don't want to be an official, you should still go and take a look." Su Beiji raised his head to look at the sun. He squinted his eyes and said, "I'm not going. In this lifetime, I'll walk from the north to the south. Lingzhou in Beiliang is already south enough." Su Fengnian leaned his shoulder against Su Beiji. "Zhu Zi, you don't like any girls in Lingzhou? If you do, but the girls don't agree, I'll help you snatch them." Su Beiji turned his head to look at this unruly young prince. He said seriously, "If you become the emperor, don't let Chen Xiliang be the grand secretary. It'll be good for both of you." Su Fengnian was stunned. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't be the emperor." Su Beiji said again, "Then don't let Chen Xiliang be the second Zhang Julu in Liyang." Su Fengnian patted his chest and said, "If I really beat Bei Mang, I won't have any worries. It won't be as difficult as you think to decide who dies and who doesn't." Su Beiji shook his head and said, Zhang Jiulu wants to die. Su Fengnian fell into deep thought. Su Beiji sighed and said, Chen Shiliang isn't suitable for the central government of the imperial court. He can only be a provincial governor. At most, he can be an administrator far away from the capital. Only then will he be able to enjoy his old age and have the time to play with his grandchildren. Su Fengnian nodded. If there's a chance in the future, I'll pass on your words. But as for what Chen Shiliang thinks, I won't stop him. I don't think I can stop him. Su Beiji stretched out his hand. Su Fengnian was puzzled. What? Su Beiji glared at him and said, Nan. Su Fengnian tore off half of the remaining naan and handed it to Su Beiji. Su Beiji finished the naan in big mouthfuls and wiped his mouth. Persimmon, if I'm unhappy, I can still vent my anger on you. But if you're unhappy, what should I do? Su Fengnian said without hesitation, beat Beimang barbarians. Su Beiji, who was sitting on the ground, closed his eyes and patted his knees with his hands. Su Fengnian followed the beat and whistled. One persimmon, one tangerine. Following Persimmon's light whistle, Tangerine suddenly said in a clear voice, You can only see 10,000 carps jumping through the Dragon's Gate at Tide Listening Lake. Persimmon laughed and said, You can only see Mount Qingliang, the famous stone steels not counting. You can only see a bottle gourd's mouth building a view of the capital. You can only see the skeletons of the dead under the high walls. You can only see the north of Liangzhou riding horses in the west wind. You can only see the south of the border, the sound of Langlang's books breaking out of the hut. You can only see 300,000 cavalrymen dominating the world. You can only see the Bailiang people wearing mourning clothes. Many years later, the Bailiang Palace on Mount Qingliang had long become the residence of the Bailiang Daoist administrator. In the middle of the night, a white-haired old man stood alone in the snowy night with a walking stick and looked at the end of the street. The old man with the surname Chen, who was known as the #1 border official of the new Liang dynasty, had been guarding the house behind him that used to be surnamed Su for 40 years. A full 40 years. Because of this, he had rejected the invitation of the new emperor of Liang at the end of last autumn and refused to become the new grand secretary of the new dynasty. Therefore, he had rejected the posthumous title of Wenzheng. Everyone in the Liang court knew that this poor scholar from Jiangnan, who had risen in the northern Liang officialdom and never left the northern Liang, had the lofty ambition of dying as a civil official before entering the northern Liang. He had just resigned from his position yesterday. Now, the old man's hair was the same color as the wind and snow. Just when the old man, whose vision was blurry, thought that no one would come, a carriage arrived leisurely. The old man walked down the stairs shakily. Another white-haired old man walked down from the carriage. The old man who had come from afar was clearly not as strong as the old man surnamed Chen in the large house. The old man surnamed Su wore a thick fur coat and needed the help of the coachman, who also had the surname Su, to walk up to Sir Chen. The three of them walked up the stairs together and turned to look at the snowy street. Separated by the most inexperienced person in the middle, Chen Shiliang, the Bailiang Taoist administrator who had held the post for more than 30 years and was unwilling to move, leaned forward slightly and turned to look at the other old man. He laughed softly and hoarsely. I helped the prince guard Bailiang Road and this Mount Qingliang for 40 years, so you're not as good as me. Isn't that right, Su Beiji? The doddering old man in the thick fur coat snorted coldly with all his strength. You win, okay? The old man in the middle, although of similar age, looked to be in his early 40s. He held the hands of Chen Shiliang and Su Beiji on both sides and laughed softly. Don't fight. The emperor of Liang had changed and the title of the dynasty had changed. But the three old men, Su Fengnian, Su Beiji, and Chen Shiliang. Only tonight, they had seen the heavy snow of Bailiang. Chapter 1674. Originally, in the early autumn of the second year of the Li Yang auspicious talisman, the civil and military officials of the Chu imperial court wished they could divide the world. But in a short 3 months, there was an atmosphere of mourning. If it was not for Grand Preceptor Sun Shiji being neither sad nor happy, and Chao Zhongqing showing no signs of taking over military power from Xia Shibian, the court would have been in chaos. But to Empress Jiangxi, who sat on the dragon chair and wore dragon robes, there was no difference whether she was looking at a group of glowing officials or a group of frowning officials. She even had some mockery that no one knew about. Earlier, De Chu had defeated the strong on the Guangling River and wiped out vassal King Zhao Yi's Guangling navy. Later on, they had successfully ambushed the Nanjiang army's important supply base. At the time, the most clamorous discussion was something like, a country cannot do without a ruler cannot do without an empress. The current empress of De Chu, although a woman, still needed an empress to conform to etiquette, right? Therefore, Song Maolin, who was known as De Chu's twin jade annulus along with Xia Shibian, and the eldest grandson of the Song household who was known as the Northern Su and Southern Song, along with the Prince of New Liang, had the most support. Perhaps it was because Song Maolin was so outstanding that even Grand Tutor Sun Shiji hinted to Chao Chongqing, who was far away from the court, that he might as well agree to this marriage. Not only was it beneficial to the stability of the Jiang family of De Chu, but the young empress could also not be considered lowly. But as the number 1 general of Nanjiang, Wu Zhongshuan, parted ways with vassal King Zhao Yi and returned to Guangling with the dual identities of Liang Minister of War and Great General of the Southern Expedition, Lu Xingxiang finally revealed the fangs that a famous general should have. Song Li, who had also been to Great Peace City, snatched all the military power from Guangling King Zhao Yi's hands. Especially with Chen Zhibao and the elites of the Shu lands entering the battlefield, De Chu's front lines shrank. From frequent reports of victory, they went into a passive defense. The enthusiasm in the court that seemed to be close to attacking Great Peace City was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. Most of the officials and nobles were like frosted eggplants. It was at this time that Chao Chongqing, who had the intention of sharpening De Chu's young generals, finally withdrew from the Guangling River Navy and returned to De Chu's capital with the identity of Grand Marshal of De Chu as well as Minister of War. It had to be known that when Jiangxi ascended the throne as emperor, Chao Chongqing was still the commander of De Chu's navy. His official position was even half a rank lower than the 3 old generals. He was only the same as the disciple of the Eastern Front's commander, Xia Shibian, who was only a secondary second rank. Without Chao Chongqing overseeing Divine Phoenix City, the people were in a constant state of anxiety. With Chao Chongqing's Divine Phoenix City, even if he did not bring a single soldier, the dark clouds above De Chu's capital immediately dispersed and the sun could be seen again. In reality, everyone was well aware that without Jiangxi, the new De Chu would not be able to restore the country. However, without Chao Chongqing's previous running around everywhere, perhaps it would be a lamentable situation where they would not have the strength nor the will to restore the country. After the morning court was dismissed, Chao Chongqing, who did not have the time to participate in the morning court, went to the imperial palace to report. He changed into a brand new set of court robes and was led by a eunuch from the ceremony directorate. He quietly waited outside the imperial study for an audience with His Majesty, following the etiquette of a ruler and his subject. The old eunuch from the ceremony directorate was apprehensive. If it was in the past, His Majesty, who had already known that Chao Chongqing had arrived at the capital, let alone receiving him in the imperial study, he would have welcomed him outside the capital. This meant that His Majesty and the Minister of War, whom he had always respected as his own elder, had most likely developed a knot in their hearts. This was definitely not a good thing for the country. The expressionless Chao Chongqing waited at the foot of the steps. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Of course, he knew why His Majesty had left him hanging outside. His Majesty was angry, very angry. At the time, the old Grand Preceptor had strongly recommended Song Maolin, and he had neither agreed nor refused. How could she not be angry? The fact that he did not use the great Liang dragon sparrow sword to attack Chao Zhangqing was already giving face to his uncle. Chao Chongqing didn't make a sound after the worried old eunuch bent down to close the door. He stood in place without making a sound. The imperial study in the Dechu palace was very spacious. Although many of the precious items in the room had been stolen by Prince Guangling Zhao-yi, Dechu's foundation was very deep. In the early stages of the restoration of the country, the imperial study was no less than it had been in the past. Chao Chongqing raised his head and saw the young woman wearing a yellow dragon robe. Her head was lowered as she practiced writing on the tribute Xian paper. She didn't use the imperial brush, Millennium Youth, which symbolized the continuity of the country. Chao Chongqing moved his gaze slightly and saw the golden lacquer cup engraved with the words, Forever Gold O. According to the tradition, on the first day of the first month of each year, the Emperor of Dechu would open the window and use the Millennium Youth to dip into a cup filled with Tusu wine. He would write the auspicious words, World Peace, and Long Live the Country, and present them to the civil and military officials. Before this, she had once expressed some apprehension to him, saying that her writing wasn't beautiful. She quietly suggested that he ask his uncle to write for him. Of course, Chao Chongqing didn't agree. He only comforted her that she could write as little as possible. When the time came, she could only give it to old Grand Preceptor's son and a few people who knew her well. It wouldn't be embarrassing. Only then did she reluctantly agree. However, she still couldn't hide her unhappiness. Chao Chongqing heard that after she ascended the throne, she had practiced a lot this autumn and winter in order to raise the brush on the first day of the new year. In any case, it was definitely 100 times more diligent than practicing the sword. It was said that she had already filled a small basket with paper. She didn't throw it away and just accumulated it over time. The palace maids and eunuchs weren't allowed to touch it. Chao Chongqing looked behind the large table and at the slender, bright golden figure. His gaze was absent-minded. He seemed to remember a blurry scene from many years ago. Chao Zhangqing suddenly felt a little sad and guilty. The Empress Dechu, who no one called Jianghu, didn't look at Chao Chongqing in a fit of pique. She angrily said, I'm still angry. I need to write at least 30 more words to calm down. Uncle, just you wait. Chao Chongqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He moved a chair over and sat by the window. The chair was tilted toward the window. He could see the scenery outside and, out of the corner of his eye, see the little girl who didn't look like an emperor even though she wore a dragon robe. However, even Chao Chongqing couldn't imagine that Jianghu would sit on the dragon throne every day in court and receive all the civil and military officials. Even Grand Tutor Sun Shiji nodded inwardly at the official's bow. Not only did she not lose her manners, even he, an old man who had stood in the courts of the two dynasties for close to 60 years, could not find any flaws even if he did not care about her identity as a woman. Her monarch and minister played together. At first, she was slightly reserved, but now she was adept and as she wished. She advanced 1,000 miles in a day. She was simply born to be an emperor. Sun Shiji privately joked with his friends that the emperor's sword realm was extremely fast. It was the same for the ruler of a country. She meticulously wrote a dozen words and snuck a glance at Chao Chongqing, who was sitting upright and still. Jianghu curled her lips. She probably realized that it wasn't appropriate for her to compete with uncle, so she gently put down her brush and coldly snorted. I'm done. Chao Chongqing held back his laughter and quietly said, there are still 11 words. I'm not in a hurry. Jianghu glared and said, Uncle. Chao Chongqing smiled slightly and said, all right, I know that Song Maolin's matter has angered the emperor. I came to the capital this time to be the emperor's punching bag. After all, the old Grand Preceptor is old. The emperor can't lower himself to the same level as him. Jianghu put on a show of force and picked up the brush again. If I didn't want to be the emperor, I would have secretly beaten that Song guy into a pig's head. Chao Chongqing couldn't help but laugh. Of all people to learn from, that king of Bailiang pulled out Jean Lanting's beard in Great Peace City. It caused the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights to wait half a month before he dared to go to the Yamen for roll call. Jianghu placed the brush heavily on the brush holder. Chao Chongqing hesitated for a moment and then sighed. Qingliang Mountain must have a consort for the king of Bailiang after the great victory. In this matter, you can't blame him. Jianghu lightly slammed a fist on the table and glared angrily. Then she wrinkled her nose and coldly snorted. You're blaming me? Chao Chongqing smiled and hurriedly waved his hands. I don't dare, I don't dare. Chapter 1675. He finally understood that Song Maolin was nothing. The king of Bailiang was marrying a concubine, which was the main reason why the emperor of Dechu was angry. Therefore, he, Chao Zhongqing, had actually been implicated by that brat surnamed Su. Chao Chongqing smiled gently. When men and women were young, he liked her and she liked him. No one disliked the other. It was really good. Every man in the world had a wish to win the heart of his woman and never leave her. However, compared to seeing a beautiful woman with a white head, he was more afraid that a beautiful woman would not have a white head. Chao Chongqing was somewhat dejected. For the first time, he doubted himself. Was he wrong? He had already missed it. Why did he make them miss it as well? Lu Songtao, who had converted to Buddhism, persuaded him with life and death. Duke Yencheng of the Confucian school persuaded him with reason. Even the smoke of war rose from all over the Central Plains. None of them could persuade Chao Chongqing to let go of Dechu. Jianghu asked carefully, Uncle Chessboard, are you angry? Chao Chongqing gathered his thoughts and shook his head. He said softly, even if Uncle Chessboard is angry with the whole world, even if he is angry with Dechu, he will not be angry with your majesty. Jianghu sighed like an old man. Although saying this is somewhat unfair to my father and mother, I feel that if my mother could have met Uncle Chessboard earlier, Chao Chongqing, who was known as the most outstanding man in the world, Dechu is most proud of, and green clothes come out early, Dechu will not die, blushed for the first time. He coughed a few times and quickly interrupted what Jianghu was about to say. He then pretended to be angry. Your Majesty. Jianghu smiled mischievously. My mother can't meet Uncle Chessboard earlier. Otherwise, there won't be me, Jiangni. For some reason, she called herself Jiangni and not Jiangxi, who was destined to be recorded in history regardless of the success or failure of the restoration of the country. Chao Chongqing's face darkened. He said angrily, Your Majesty, be careful. I purposely forgot something. Someone in Great Peace City asked me to bring these words to His Majesty. Jianghu hurriedly straightened his posture and said in all seriousness, Uncle, state affairs are more important. Please speak. Chao Chongqing said with a straight face, Your Majesty, I'm a little thirsty. The Empress of West Chu stood up at an astonishing speed and ran to the door. She didn't care about losing her majesty as a monarch and personally opened the door and ordered, Bring a pot of Spring God Lake tribute tea for Minister Ling. Not long after, Chao Chongqing calmly held the teacup in one hand and fanned the tea with the lid of the teacup with the other. Chao Chongqing closed his eyes and smelled the refreshing fragrance, as if he had completely forgotten about that serious business. Chao Chongqing didn't even need to open his eyes to know that the emperor was purposely keeping a straight face, but his ears were perked up. Chao Chongqing's lips curled up. After taking a sip of tea, he said, Your Majesty, I lied to you. This lowly subject only fought once in Great Peace City and did not hear anything. Jianghu made a sound of acknowledgement and pretended not to care. Looking at the words on the paper on the table, he was filled with anger and killing intent. In fact, there were only 3 words on the densely packed Xian paper. Chao Chongqing suddenly asked, Your Majesty, I heard that someone has proposed 3 plans. The best plan is that the main force of the West Chu army should go down south. They would not hesitate to work with the Yan King Xiaobing and work together with Li Yang. The middle plan is to expand to the west, and the worst plan is to fight to the death with Lu Shengxiang's army? Jianghu made a sound of acknowledgement absent-mindedly. Chao Chongqing smiled coldly and said, a pedantic scholar's armchair strategist. Jianghu raised his head and looked at Chao Chongqing. He asked softly, Uncle, when we went to Beimang together, other than the patriarch of the southern dynasty who was a remnant of the spring and autumn period, was the lecherous old man we met last the present commander of Beimang's eastern front, Wang Sui? Chao Chongqing nodded. Jianghu hesitated for a long time and then asked in a low voice, then did Uncle secretly contact Gu Jiantang? Chao Zhongqing was silent, but he smiled. The emperor of Dechu is not inferior to the new emperor of Liang, Zhao Zhuan. Jianghu lowered his head and bit his lips. The ambitious Yan King Xiaobing is not a good person, but people like Wang Sui and Gu Jiantang are not much better. Chao Chongqing stood and walked to the window. He said slowly, scholars rule the country, so Dechu had hundreds of years of prosperity and became the orthodox school of the Central Plains. But in troubled times, it is difficult for scholars to save the country. I, the scholars of the Great Chu, cannot understand this principle. I, Chao Zhongqing, am also a scholar, so I cannot say it myself. Reason. But no matter what, I can do one thing, and that is to let the three emperors of Liang understand that without Su Shao, the scholars of the Zhao family will not be able to save the country. Chao Chongqing lowered his voice. But the principle that I, Chao Chongqing, want to tell the world is not this. After a long time, Chao Chongqing turned around and looked at her. He smiled. In the early years, the spring and autumn were turbulent. There were countless bewitching prophecies and ballads that spread throughout the world. One of them was about your mother, the Empress of Dechu. So Uncle knows that you were willing to leave Beiliang because you were afraid. Jianghu turned her head away and said fiercely, no. The imperial study was silent. Jianghu suddenly realized that Uncle Chen was standing by the table. She quickly covered the pile of paper with her hands and said with a red face, don't look, don't look. Chao Chongqing deliberately stretched his neck to see what was going on. He asked curiously, it doesn't look like the word bastard. Jianghu blurted out, of course not. Who would want to write that he is a bastard? I don't even want to scold him. Chao Chongqing smiled and didn't say anything. The young empress in the dragon robe insisted on blocking Chao Chongqing's line of sight. Chao Chongqing smiled and asked, assassinate you? Uncle Chen is the only one in the imperial study. Your Majesty, this makes me feel like I am walking on thin ice. Jianghu bent over the paper on the table and raised her head. I saw wrong, I saw wrong. Uncle Chen, your eyesight is not good. Don't read under the light in the future. Chao Chongqing covered the teacup and leaned forward. He rubbed his silly daughter's head with his free hand. Uncle Chen is old. Not only are my eyesight not good, my memory is also not good. Now I finally remember that sentence. That person said it in Great Peace City. The general meaning is that he will soon personally lead the Beiliang cavalry to Guangling Road to take you back. If you don't agree, then he will snatch you, stuff you into a sack, and carry you back. He, Su Fengnian, can't be bothered to care about Liang, West Chu, or whatever. She was dumbfounded and could only blink her eyes. Chao Chongqing smiled and said, I am not lying to you this time. It is true, absolutely true. She still blinked her eyes. Chao Chongqing seemed to murmur to himself and pretended to be angry. No matter how I look at it, since Dong Tai and I could not win against him in Great Peace City, then it is clear that we cannot stop him. I, Uncle Chen, am not an immortal. What can I do? What is the saying? When Jianghu smiled, she had two dimples. One could topple countries, the other could topple cities. She unconsciously smiled and replied, cucumber salad, that is delicious. Chao Chongqing said softly, Xiandi was a wise ruler, but not a good husband. I, Chao Chongqing, am even worse. I am a coward who has become stupid from studying. But that young person in Beiliang is better than us. Your Majesty, when the time comes, just give him a blow. Do not really stab him to death. You will regret it and be sad. Giving up hope seemed heavier than being sad, but in reality, it was not as relaxing as giving up hope. Jianghu wanted to cry. It was like hearing the last words of an elder. Chao Chongqing gently put down the teacup. He put it down. In the war between the two countries, like Dechu and Liang, there were the armies of the West Wall. Now, Beiliang and Beimang also had 300,000 cavalry against a million army. But one day not long after, Li Yang's auspicious talisman had been 3 years, and West Chu's Shen seal had been 2 years. At that time, Gu Jiantang stood alone in his tent. After a night of silence, he said to himself, Chao Chongqing has ruined me for 20 years. On the border of Beimang, Wang Sui drank alone and laughed. Satisfying, satisfying. This is the true romantic of our infatuated generation. That day, outside Great Peace City, there was Chao Chongqing in West Chu. One person attacking the city. Chapter 1676. Dechu's capital had a great number of high gates and endless alleys. This was very normal. However, if people knew that a second-rank general lived in a small alley, they would probably accuse him of harming the dignity of the imperial court. Xia Shibian, who was born poor, was such a person. If it weren't for his status as Chao Chongqing's disciple, it would have been impossible for Xia Shibian, who was born poor, to become a leading general. Reality also proved that one's ability had nothing to do with one's family background. If it weren't for Lu Xingxiang's raid and Chen Jibao's sudden appearance, Xia Shibian's undefeated battle record would have continued. Yang Xinxing, Yan Zhenchuan, and Wu Zhongshuan, 3 veteran generals who had won illustrious fame during the spring and autumn period, had all suffered great losses at the hands of Xia Shibian, who hadn't even grown his hair yet. The winter sun was warm. There was a young man with stubble on the side of his lip sitting on the steps outside the door, basking in the sun. He had been born and raised in this alley for generations. Because he was thin and weak, he had been nicknamed Xia Bamboo Pole since he was young. Even though he later left the alley to study and won an arm wrestle against Zhao Dezhuang, who lived on the street with arms as thick as his calf, the neighbors still liked to call him Xia Bamboo Pole regardless of his seniority. It was likely that he couldn't change it. Everyone only knew that this young fellow, who had been born late in his life, didn't seem to have any great achievements in his studies. However, it was true that he didn't have to worry about food and clothing. It was a pity that this child was often away from home, so he hadn't been able to marry a wife to continue the Xia family's bloodline. As a result, old Xia, who sold wine to make a living, wasn't too happy. Especially when he heard that other children had become yamen officials or passed the county examinations, he couldn't get anything to say. Even if he choked back his words, no one really took them seriously. If it weren't for the fact that his son's teacher had come to drink wine with him once and said that his son's studies were good and that he could guarantee that his son wouldn't be bad in the future, old Xia, who sold wine, would have already grabbed the brat's ear and forced him to sell wine to make money. Their family had saved up some modest wealth, so they didn't care if the child helped them earn more money. However, as a child from a poor family, they weren't afraid of a poor family background. After all, the poor had their own matching families, right? But if they put themselves in her shoes, which family's daughter would be willing to marry a man whose feet didn't touch the ground? People from small families were not afraid of poverty. It was not a chaotic world. If they were willing to work hard, they would be able to feed their families. However, they were afraid of men who had high standards but were incompetent. Matchmaker Lu, who was on the street next door, also used her words to poke at old man Xia. She smiled and said that she did not dare to push her good daughter into the fire pit. Old man Xia was still angry when he thought about it. Occasionally, he would drink to his heart's content. A group of hooligans passed by old Xia's house. They were all of the same age as bamboo pole Xia. One of them stopped and smiled at the guy who was basking in the sun. "Bamboo pole, let's go. I'll take you to the casino to earn a few taels of silver. I guarantee that you'll be single when you enter the house, but you'll have a wife when you leave. Bamboo pole, you haven't tasted meat yet, right?" Xia bamboo pole raised his middle finger at them and scolded them with a smile, "Get lost." They were not angry at Xia bamboo pole's stubbornness. They laughed and scolded him as they walked away. Although the group of young people were fooling around, they never bullied their neighbors. They only went to harm other places. After all, every family on the street had elders who watched them grow up naked. For example, the first time they drank wine in their lives, it was stolen from Xia bamboo pole's father. Although the stingy old man Xia blocked their door and scolded them for a long time, they just hid at home with their legs crossed and ears picked. They scolded and scolded him until it was over. Moreover, Xia bamboo pole was famous for being bad since he was young. Who was the first one who had the guts to climb the wall and peep at the Ma family's widow bathing? It was him, Xia Shi. Who was the one who threw stones into the latrine room of the most beautiful girl of the same age on the street? At that time, he and she were only 13 or 14 years old. The girl was so scared that she didn't dare to come out of the latrine room for a long time. When her parents found her, she finally dared to cry. After that, Xia bamboo pole gave old Xia a good beating. It was really shocking. Until now, Xia bamboo pole, who was crippled, hadn't said a word to her for more than 10 years. When they met in the alley, both of them wished they could walk close to the wall. It was a pity that for some reason, she was still unmarried. She had gone from being a beautiful maiden to an age where even the children of other women were old enough to buy wine for their fathers. Her parents were so worried that they couldn't wait to throw their daughter out like splashing water whenever someone wanted her. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that she was waiting for someone. Her parents, who were originally arrogant, had secretly met with the wine seller, old Xia. It wasn't that old Xia didn't have any thoughts. It was just that he didn't see his son many times a year. The few times he went home, he came and went in a hurry. It was only until this time when his son rarely stayed at home and didn't look like he was in a hurry to leave. The taciturn old Xia finally said that if he didn't get married, he wouldn't have a son like Xia Shi in the future. The child of the Xia family, who was always outside, sat on the steps. Every time a neighbor passed by the door, he would definitely smile and greet them. Most of the elders would also tease him about when his father would have a grandson. At that time, he would be able to freeload wine. The day that could make Xia Shi willingly pluck his feathers would definitely be the day that the child of the Xia family got married. Xia Shi also said with a bitter face that he wanted to have a wife, but he didn't know where she was. At this time, it wasn't that no one deliberately glanced at the old lady of the Lu family. Xia Shi, who had been clever since he was young, started to play dumb. Xia Shi sat leisurely on the steps, but he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the Spring Festival couplets on both sides of the door. The handwriting was ordinary, and the content was tacky. However, he heard from his mother that at the end of last year, his father begged for them with great difficulty from the boy of the Song family who passed the imperial examinations. The Song family had taken at least 10 caddies of wine from his wine shop for free this year. Xia Shi sighed. He thought that before he left home this time, no matter what, he had to make 7 or 8 spring couplets and dozens of spring characters. He couldn't let his parents suffer anymore. Most of the men here didn't study much. When they were young, they compared whose wife was prettier and whose needlework was better. Then, in the peaceful second half of their lives, they compared whose children were more promising and whose son-in-law and daughter-in-law were more filial. Xia Shibian rubbed his face hard. It wasn't that he didn't want his parents to think that their son wasn't any worse than the children of other families. In fact, he might even be more successful. However, even though his parents were ordinary commoners, everyone in Dechu and the entire capital knew that there was war after war. If their son was successful and their son was safe and sound, Xia Shibian knew that his parents would definitely choose the latter. He didn't want his parents to be on tenterhooks all the time. He would rather they complain that he wasn't married yet. Why wasn't he willing to live a normal life? They would nag at him about how the sons of other families his age were already learning how to write couplets in private schools. When Xia Shibian returned home this time, he was prepared to grit his teeth and tell them the truth. However, when he looked at his parents who seemed to have aged overnight and his father who sat down to drink with him with a straight face, Xia Shibian couldn't bring himself to say it. He was afraid that if he really died on the battlefield one day, his parents would immediately know that he was dead, and not that he was traveling to study. Old Xia, who didn't open the wine shop today and didn't do business, walked out of the courtyard. When he saw his son who wasn't doing his job, he snorted coldly and left with his hands behind his back. Xia Shibian's mother walked out of the door and chuckled softly. "Don't worry about him. Actually, he went to buy meat. Although your father didn't say it, he secretly took a lot of money from the money jar under the bed. I just pretended not to see it." Xia Shibian grinned. As a son, he was already used to his father's bad temper. The woman smiled again and said, "I've liked that girl from the Liu family since I was young. However, at that time, the Liu family didn't think highly of our family. Now that the girl is old, I'm anxious. Let me tell you the truth. Although you're my son, if it's not like this, you really aren't worthy of her." Xia Shibian looked up and said with a cheeky smile, "Mother, am I really your biological son?" The woman pretended to hit him. "You have a glib tongue. No wonder you can't find a wife. If your father hears this, he'll beat you to death." Xia Shibian bent his arm. "When I was young, I was chased around the courtyard by father every day. Now, father can't beat me." The woman lightly hit her worrisome son with a chestnut. "Brat, don't anger your father. When you were young, mother protected you every time. In the future, mother will definitely side with your father." Xia Shibian made a face. "I know." The woman said earnestly, "The girl from the Liu family isn't young anymore, but she's really beautiful. There aren't any girls in the nearby streets who are prettier than her. Brat, you really don't have any thoughts? Mother wants to tell you something. I heard that there's an official who wants to take her in as a concubine. Her parents haven't come to our house since autumn this year." Xia Shibian finally couldn't laugh anymore. The woman didn't make things difficult for her son. "You're not young anymore. Mother believes that you know the importance of things. I won't rush you. Do as you see fit. In the end, father and mother only have you as a son. They always think of your good." Xia Shibian nodded. When his mother walked back to the courtyard, he started to daydream again. Unknowingly, he looked in that direction again and again. A youth jogged into the alley and laughed loudly. "Xia Zhuzi, what are you looking at?" Chapter 1677. The young man's name was Lu Sichu. This was his second visit to the old Xia family. Last time, he carried a sword on his back, but the neighbors and Xia Shibian's parents thought he was an idiotic child. The young man almost suffered internal injuries. This time, he learned his lesson. Not only did he not carry a sword, but he also made up for the gifts he owed last time. He carried chickens and ducks with both hands. The elders of the Liu family, who were full and had nothing to do, discussed the matter of what gifts they should give. Some said they should give high-grade wine, but they were quickly scolded for being brainless. The Xia family sold wine. What were they doing if they were not smacking their faces? Some said they should give silk, tea, porcelain, and so on, but they were still refuted. They said it was not sincere to give something that was pleasing to the eye but useless. Later, someone said they should carry a sandalwood chair over. It was both pleasing to the eye and useful. Unfortunately, they still felt it was inappropriate. Xia Shibian's parents probably would not bear to let others sit on it. The Lu family should not show off blindly. In the end, it was still Lu Tiandan, the only remaining Grandmaster of Sword Dao in Great Chu. With a wave of his hand, Old Master Lu made the final decision. He ordered Lu Sichu to bring 2 chickens and ducks over and butcher them on the same day. The younger generation of the Lu family sighed in admiration. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. As a result, the young man rode a horse carriage from the capital city, which was filled with rich and powerful families, to the other side. His mother's 2 chickens and ducks were probably full. They even pooped when they were in the carriage, so the young man stopped the carriage 2 li away. After getting off the carriage, the young man grabbed the chicken with one hand and the duck with the other and ran all the way here. The ground was really covered in chicken and duck feathers. Xia Shibian said angrily, "Look at your grandpa." The young man stood in front of Xia Shibian and raised the chicken in his hand. "I'm here." Seeing that Xia Zhu was about to kick him, the young man hurriedly ran into the yard and shouted, "Auntie, where are the chickens and ducks? Can we cook them in the afternoon? I still have something to do in the afternoon. I'm afraid I can't eat." Xia Shibian, who was at the gate, could not help but roll his eyes. He really did not treat himself as an outsider. This was not how he gave gifts. Just as his mother and Lu Sichu were chatting in the yard, Xia Shibian frowned. At the end of the alley, 2 young men walked over side by side. Due to their arrival, a few of the neighbors who were walking in front of them not only stopped in their tracks but also wanted to hide behind the walls. Some old people who were sitting on small bamboo stools and chairs to bask in the sun also suddenly fell silent. One of them was Pei Sui, the future head of one of the 10 great clans of the spring and autumn period. Xia Shibian was his good friend from the same school. At that time, Yang Shenxing and the Jizhou soldiers were caught like turtles in a jar. It was because of Xia Shibian and Pei Sui's flawless cooperation that Dechu won their first great victory. However, Xia Shibian didn't like the other person. Song Maolin, the eldest grandson of the Song family. Xia Shi was known as Dechu's twin jade annulus of Dechu. He was as handsome as a tree in the wind and was worthy of being called a banished immortal. But strangely, Xia Shibian could accept Ko Jianghuai's arrogance, but he didn't like Song Maolin's impeccable gentleness. The young Lu Sichu also didn't like this beautiful and virtuous, jade-like gentleman. The reason couldn't be more simple. The young man didn't like this fellow liking the emperor's older sister, and even more so, he didn't like this fellow wanting to marry the emperor's older sister. In the young man's words, he would rather take 10,000 steps back and let the emperor's older sister marry that young vassal king he had never met before. He didn't want the emperor's older sister, whom he had met at White Deer Cave, to have anything to do with this sanctimonious Song Maolin. The young man's thoughts had always been the same as the Lu family's elders. He just felt that this fellow who might never fart in public was definitely a hypocrite. Xia Shibian, who rarely hated someone, deeply agreed with this. Hence, Xia Shibian stood up and walked toward his good friend Pei Sui and the Song family's young master with a smile. He grabbed Pei Sui's arm and pinched it without batting an eyelid. As expected of Xia Shibian's best friend, Pei Sui also endured the pain and smiled. Xia Shibian couldn't help but say, "Let's go, I'll take you to a shop to drink." "Don't worry, my shop isn't open today and I don't have a habit of killing acquaintances. However, it's hard to say when I won't be able to open the pot in the future." Xia Shibian brought them to a relatively clean restaurant. Of course, in Song Maolin's eyes, it was all the same. After an hour, they left happily. Xia Shibian and Pei Sui sent Song Maolin to the carriage and watched him leave. The 2 of them walked back to the alley. Pei Sui teased, "It's been hard on you to talk nonsense with someone for an hour." Xia Shibian said indifferently, "The wasted saliva was made up for by the wine. The only flaw is that you paid the bill and not him, young Master Song." Pei Sui smiled and said, "Why would young Master Song carry that yellow and white thing with him?" However, if he didn't have the money to pay the bill, young Master Song would definitely not be stingy and take off the jade pendant on his waist to pay for the wine. Xia Shibian said with a fake smile, "Then it's another beautiful story." Pei Sui put her arm around Xia Shibian's shoulder and said shamelessly, "All right, anyway, my friendship with the Song family ends here. Just treat it as drinking with me for an hour." It was no different from a miracle that Xia Shibian, who was born in a humble family, could become good friends with the son of the Pei family. One had to know that in the strict De Chu family, they had always been people of noble status. They viewed the sons of the Han family as lowly servants and were ashamed to be in the same group. They would never sit at the same table. At that time, Xia Shibian and Pei Sui became classmates and did not know each other's identities. Pei Sui's catchphrase was, "I like to be brothers with people who treat money like dirt. I'm willing to pick up shit every day." Xia Shibian could guess that this fellow had an extraordinary background. However, when Pei Sui finally said his family's identity, Xia Shibian was still shocked. Kunyang's Pei family. That was a true rich family that only married into the 9 families and did not enter the imperial family since the Defeng dynasty. It was also at that time that Xia Shibian treated Pei Sui as a friend. It was not because he was an unattainable son of the Pei family that he was willing to be friends with, but because he was willing to tell Xia Shibian, who was still unknown at that time, his true identity. Their teacher, Chao Chongqing, was the person who had once sat cross-legged and drank with Xia Shibian's father. Chao Chongqing had long ago told these 2 students with great disparity in status, "The reason of the world is reason. It is not unreasonable because there are few people, and it is not reasonable because there are many people. Do not bully people because they are poor, and do not flatter people because they are noble. Do not think that people are all good because they are poor, and do not think that people are all evil because they are noble. Knowing reason has its own etiquette. Without the risk of collapse, the world is at peace and everyone is content." This was the Confucian Tao. Pei Sui said softly, "Song Maolin's thoughts are not complicated. Right now, there are people in the court who are suggesting that we should take advantage of Wu Zhongshuan's betrayal of Nanjiang to form an alliance with the king of Yen. The implication is nothing more than trying to persuade Zhao Bing to let Crown Prince Zhao Zhu marry into the Jiang family of De Chu. Of course, Song Maolin cannot sit still." Xia Shibian laughed coldly. "If you have the ability, go work for yourself. Relying on small calculations, you think you can calculate a country? Not a thing." Pei Sui laughed. "You're not scolding me as well, are you?" Xia Shibian turned his head and laughed. "Why don't you let me think about it?" Chapter 1678. Pei Sui said helplessly, "It's too late to regret making a bad friend." Xia Shibian said in annoyance, "Then hurry up and catch up with the Song family's eldest young master." "It's not too late." Pei Sui laughed. "Forget it, I feel uncomfortable. I'm an outsider who accidentally came from a rich family. I can't pee in the same pot as them." Xia Shibian said expressionlessly, "You can't drink in the same pot, right?" Pei Sui's face turned pale and said bitterly, "Xia Shibian, can you not be so disgusting?" Xia Shibian said seriously, "It's difficult." Pei Sui sighed heavily. After knowing him for so many years, Pei Sui knew how to deal with this guy who liked to tell lame jokes with a straight face. Pei Sui had to use self-deprecating methods to make himself invincible. He gritted his teeth and said, "You are indeed worthy of being my good brother." Xia Shibian smiled. "Pei Shibian, remember to wash your hands before eating at my house." Pei Sui took a deep breath. "Okay." Before walking into the alley, Xia Shibian suddenly said in confusion, "Pei Sui, let me ask you. If there's something I really want to do, but I'm afraid I'll regret it, what should I do?" Pei Sui said directly, "Afraid you'll regret it? That's nonsense. If you don't do it, you'll definitely regret it." Since there's a possibility that you'll regret it, why not do it? Xia Shibian, did you hit your head on a door? Pei Sui, who had managed to get back at him, was smug. Xia Shibian, who was walking with his head lowered, said softly, yes. Pei Sui asked curiously, is there anything in the world that you, Xia Shibian, are hesitant about? Pei Sui suddenly said in shock, are you thinking of running to Great Peace City to become an official? Be careful, I'll tell on you. Xia Shibian said angrily, Pei Shibian. Surnamed Pei. You don't think that's enough, and you want to die. Then Xia Shibian found that this person was still smiling and looking forward. Then, Xia Shibian saw a dumbfounded woman standing at the entrance of a house not far away. She seemed to be frightened by his vulgar words and was at a loss for what to do. She looked pitiful. Xia Shibian swallowed his saliva. Pei Sui's eyes were so sharp that she immediately saw through the clues. She was rejoicing in his misfortune. Could an ordinary woman make Xia Shibian lose his composure like this? How many men in the world would be able to escape from this childhood sweetheart, the most powerful killing flying sword in the world? In the end, Pei Sui didn't have the nerve to add insult to injury. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly realized that someone was grabbing her sleeve tightly. Xia Shibian said in a low voice, don't go yet. Give me some courage. Pei Sui almost burst out laughing. Even the teacher had said that De Chu only needs 3 Xia's men to restore the western frontier. Did this guy also need someone to help boost his courage so that he would not show his cowardice? Pei Sui couldn't wait to bow to that unknown woman on the spot. This brother of his would never feel the slightest bit guilty even when debating with the teacher. The woman hesitated for a moment and quickly glanced at Xia Shibian. Then, she lowered her gaze and was about to quickly step up the stairs. Xia Shibian wanted to say something but hesitated. Pei Sui elbowed the coward beside her. Xia Shibian finally said in a trembling voice, Lu Dongmei. Pei Sui was secretly amused. That woman's name was really, ordinary. Xia Shibian's voice wasn't loud, but the woman stopped in her tracks. However, she didn't turn around on the stairs. Xia Shibian rubbed his cheeks out of habit and finally mustered up the courage to say, my name is Xia Shibian. Pei Sui was speechless. She looked up at the sky. Aren't you King talking nonsense? Do you think your neighbor thinks your name is Xia Shibian? However, what she said next made Pei Sui look at her in a different light. Xia Shibian scratched his head and grinned. I want to marry you. I don't like any other woman. I only like you. Pei Sui couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. In the end, Xia Shibian kicked her. The woman didn't turn around or make a sound. Her shoulders were trembling slightly. Xia Shibian lowered his voice again. Back then, it was my fault for throwing stones at your house, but I had my reasons. At that time, I thought you fell in love with Song Zhengqing, who only knew how to study. I couldn't help but be angry. Pei Sui looked at the sky again. He suspected that the reason Xia Shibian didn't like Song Maolin was because of his surname. Pei Sui felt helpless for Song Maolin. This was a sad misunderstanding. Xia Shibian paused for a moment and said loudly, now, I'm more promising than Song Zhengqing, who was just a student. Really? Xia Shibian punched his chest and said in a low voice, Xia Shibian, don't have the same name as the Xia Shibian you should have heard of. It's me. I'm the silly boy from the Xia family who liked you for many years. Now, I'm De Chu's northern general, a secondary second-grade military general. Not far away, the old men and women who were sitting on chairs and watching the show fell to the ground almost at the same time. Pei Sui suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked a little playful. As a descendant of a wealthy family, he had seen and heard too many unpleasant things. There were all kinds of friendships in the world. Whether it was the friendship of a gentleman as plain as water or the friendship of a villain as sweet as honey, husband and wife flying together, father and son going to war together, or the relationship between the ruler and the minister, or the friendship between generations as good as wine. There were few who could withstand the test of time. Could a bowl of water really be drunk after 8 to 10 days? Even if it was a jar of good wine, if it was not sealed tightly, it would not taste right the next year, let alone 8 to 10 years. Pei Sui was suddenly a little worried because she realized that no matter if this woman, who grew up in a poor alley, agreed or not, the taste would not be right. If she did not agree, Xia Shibian would brush past her. If she agreed, how much of her sincerity was because of Xia Shibian and not because of the title of Northern General? Pei Sui felt that Xia Shibian should not have said those last few words. However, it did not seem right not to say it. Pei Sui was not blind. She knew that a woman of the same age as Xia Shibian must have suffered a lot to not marry at this time. Those rumors were enough. Xia Shibian must have wanted to let her know that all the grievances she had suffered for so many years were not in vain. Pei Sui sighed softly. If only her brother could wait for her to nod before revealing the secret. However, Pei Sui strangely realized that her extremely smart classmate, the favorite student of De Chu the most proud, did not have such worries at all. Even at this time, he did not regret it at all. It was as if he believed in something. The woman finally turned around. Before she turned around, she wiped away her tears. She said something to Xia Shibian. When Pei Sui heard this, she bowed solemnly to the woman and said willingly, Pei Sui of Kunyang's Pei family greets sister-in-law. This was because the woman with a very tacky name said something that Pei Sui felt was the most tacky sentence. It was also because of this sentence that in the future, Xia Shibian, who was loyal to De Chu, secretly entered Beiliang. Her sentence was very simple and decisive. Xia Shibian, I used to be afraid that I wouldn't be able to wait for you, but from today onwards, I'm not afraid of not being able to wait for you, because I'm not afraid of being a widow of the Xia family. Chapter 1679. After 2 months, Su Fengnian didn't return from outside the pass until the end of winter. It was snowing heavily. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the last snow in Beiliang's second year of Xiangfu. Entering the city in the dead of night, neither Su Fengnian nor Su Beiji rode in a carriage. Behind them were 800 white horses with white armor and white horses, blending into the snowy night. On this snowy morning, Su Fengnian put on a fox fur coat that he hadn't changed for many years and walked out of the much expanded Wutangen. Alone, he went to the pavilion in the middle of Tide Hark Lake. Leaning against a pillar, he gazed at the surface of the lake. He heard that in the early days, the 2 women in his residence used the lotus flowers on the lake as small wishing ponds, often throwing copper coins into the lake. In the end, it didn't take long for them to smash into a hornet's nest. When he was young, there were 4 children surnamed Su in Mount Qingliang, 2 boys and 2 girls. Including Su Shao himself, it didn't seem like there were too many women. Now, things were different. Su Fengnian and Huang Manor weren't in Mount Qingliang all year round, but there were many more women. Not only Lu Qingyan and Wang Chudong, there were also Suing who liked to wear red robes, Miss Hehe who wore a mink hat, the national beauty Qinyu, the little girl who Qin Shiliang brought with him when he went to the cold, and the green robe left behind by Yu Groom. Occasionally, the daughter of Huyan Dogwan would secretly come to Mount Qingliang to play. Even the Wutangen had gained 7 female scholars. Nominally, they were the 2nd and 3rd class maids of the Wutangen. They had different names for firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. It seemed to be Lu Qingyan's bad idea. Compared to the names he gave his maids in the early years, such as green ant, white wine, cucumber, and so on, these names were comparable. Su Fengnian stayed in the yamen of Song Dongming and Baiyu until very late last night. Not to mention the general affairs, even if it involved the promotion of 4th or 5th class officials, as long as it didn't involve sensitive local military affairs, Su Fengnian gave the 2 of them the power to do whatever they wanted. Therefore, last night, it was mostly Song Dongming and Bai Yu who carried out the routine of a monarch's memorial to the emperor. Su Fengnian, as a hands-off shopkeeper, just nodded his head. However, there was one troublesome thing that Deputy Administrator Song Dongming specifically threw to Su Fengnian as the final difficult problem. At that time, Mr. White Lotus was drinking hot tea with his head lowered and a playful smile on his face. When Su Fengnian heard this, he also had a headache. It turned out that after Lu Qingyan was confirmed as the Princess of Bailiang, Lu Dongjiang, the old father-in-law who was famous in the Central Plains in the past, had an active mind. He wanted to compete for the position of the provincial governor of Liangzhou. Regardless of the original intention of the original provincial governor, Tian Peifang tactfully retreated at the last moment, or was forced by the situation. After returning to Liangzhou from North Resisting City, she submitted her resignation to Mount King Liangshan. Subsequently, the provincial governor of Liangzhou was inside and outside. The situation of internal and external provincial governors was already set in stone. This made Lu Dongjiang, who originally only coveted the position of the provincial governor of Bailiang, suddenly change his mind. Taking advantage of the good momentum of a father relying on his daughter, he hoped to take the position in one step and become the third in command of the civil officials in Bailiang. Su Fengnian couldn't do anything about this and could only use the tactic of delaying. As for the actions of the Lu family's children after they entered the cold, Su Fengnian was actually very clear about them. Those arrogant scholars either couldn't be helped, or the few talents that could be counted on one's fingers could be counted on one's fingers. It was also not that Lu Dongjiang didn't think so. Even though Su Fengnian had already compensated the Lu family for the construction of the new city, Lu Dongjiang clearly didn't feel that this was the treatment that the Lu family of Qingzhou deserved. Unfortunately, Bailiang was not the imperial court after all. There was no Hanlin Academy to support idle people, and there were also no palace pavilions or academies to give to people. In the end, Su Fengnian, the son-in-law of Bailiang, was the master of the family. It wasn't that he didn't want the Lu family to be able to hold their heads high in Bailiang, but he really couldn't afford to give them this face. Su Fengnian raised his head and saw Bai Yu slowly walking over. Su Fengnian didn't deliberately adopt a courteous posture to welcome him. He only sat up straight. Bai Yu walked into the pavilion in the middle of the lake and stomped heavily on the steps, shaking off the snow. The two of them sat facing each other. Bai Yu was the first to speak with a smile. Ever since I entered the mountains when I was young, in all these years, I've seen a few spectacular snowfalls in Jiangnan. It wasn't until I came to Bailiang that I realized that in the end, Jiangnan can't compare to the north. Su Fengnian smiled slightly. I heard Su Xiao say that the winter snow in Liaodong is even heavier. Snow as big as a goose feather isn't enough to describe it. Bai Yu joked, the snowflakes are as big as a hand. Back in the day, when I was at Mount Longhu, I also heard of the poem written by the great general. The corners of Su Fengnian's mouth curled up. The civil officials in northern Liang all feel that Su Xiao is not easy to serve because flattery has always been done on the horse's hooves. Only my second sister's husband, Chancellor Wang, can flatter the right person. In fact, the heavenly secret here is very simple. It is to be as shameless as possible. He absolutely can't put on the airs of a scholar because Su Xiao can't understand things that are too profound and implicit. Just thinking about how to reply is very difficult. Chancellor Wang went straight to the point. The two lousy chess players were evenly matched with Su Xiao on the chessboard. They even praised Su Xiao by saying, "Great, great, this move is so domineering." Su Xiao naturally understood these compliments, so he was especially happy. And there's also Huang Manor's master, Zhao Shituan, who also knows Su Xiao's weak spot. I remember the first time he came here, he said that Huang Manor was born with innate intelligence and a handsome appearance, worthy of being the great general's son, and so on. At that time, even I couldn't stand it and felt that this old man was most likely a Jianghu swindler. In the end, I sent someone to bring a dog to scare the old celestial master. Now that I think about it, the saying, "The wise man doesn't show his true colors," is very true. Su Fengnian didn't know if it was because he started talking, but he couldn't stop himself. "I remember when I went to Mount Wudang to practice martial arts and met the old chief for the first time, Wang Zhonglo. At that time, I heard a lot of Jianghu rumors about breaking the river with one finger and admired this Baoyang celestial Daoist immortal. In the end, after meeting him, the old chief indeed had a celestial demeanor and didn't disappoint. However, he was soon exposed. Guess what it was?" Bai Yu shook his head. Su Fengnian smiled. He squinted his eyes and said softly, "At that time, I was curious and asked the old chief if he really broke the river with one finger. He first shook his head and said no. Then, he stretched out 2 fingers and said 2 fingers. At that time, other than being stunned, admiring, and fascinated, I also felt that this old chief was actually quite dignified despite his celestial aura." You didn't see the old man's expression after he said those 2 words. He was obviously trying his best to pretend to be an otherworldly expert, but he didn't do it well. When people thought about it afterwards, they felt that he was just an old man who had done great things in his early years. When he got older and was remembered by the young people, especially when they mentioned him face to face, he was so happy that he couldn't even hide it. Bai Yu said softly, "The celestial master's residence is different." Su Fengnian looked at the lake and murmured, "Later on, I understood that Su Shao was also such an old man. However, when I was young, I never praised him face to face. Instead, I often scolded him and even beat him up, always wanting to embarrass him. At that time, I only thought that you were the one who caused my mother's death. Now that I have no manners and no manners, it's actually all your fault, Su Shao. Don't blame me, Su Fengnian." Chapter 1680. Bai Yu's gaze moved past Su Fengnian's shoulder to look at the other side of Tidehark Lake. After a long silence, he slowly said, "My parents passed away while Hong Jia was on his way north. Because they were great pilgrims at Wudang Mountain, I was brought up the mountain." Su Fengnian asked, "You don't hold a grudge?" Bai Yu calmly said, "At the beginning, I held a grudge. Not to mention the commoners, even us scholars who read history, when we read about those fallen monarchs, the history books only described the treacherous officials as deceiving the emperor. So I couldn't blame the emperor, nor could I blame those civil officials in Li Yang's newly compiled Record of Loyal Officials, nor could I blame those generals who died on the battlefield. So after searching everywhere, I could only find your father, Great General Su Shao, nicknamed the Human Butcher. As a child, I personally witnessed the fall of my country and the fall of my family. How could I not blame him?" Su Fengnian was silent. Bai Yu suddenly sighed. "In the end, I can't blame him." Su Fengnian didn't ask if he shouldn't blame him or if he couldn't blame him. Bai Yu turned his head to look at the small path leading to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. At the end of the path was a graceful figure. She had probably walked closer and noticed them sitting in the pavilion, so she turned and walked further and further away across the frozen lake. Bai Yu smiled apologetically. "It seems that I've spoiled the scenery. Otherwise, it would have been your highness and her facing each other. It wouldn't have been better to enjoy the scenery." Su Fengnian glanced at that figure and said helplessly, "There's nothing between us." Bai Yu's expression was strange. Su Fengnian felt even more helpless. "It's true." Bai Yu once again looked at that figure and joked, "That's too much of a pity." Su Fengnian smiled but didn't say anything. Just as the two of them were quietly admiring the scenery, the steward of the Wang estate, Song Yu, quickly walked over and said that Regional Governor Yang Shenxing had come to pay a visit. Su Fengnian asked him to bring the recently deceased regional governor to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Bai Yu smiled and said, "Old General Yang has been suffering in the provincial capital these days. The regional commander's residence is being smashed up almost every day. Scholars are throwing books at the door, and commoners are throwing rocks at the walls. It's said that there are even people throwing kitchen knives. It's very lively. The servants of the residence are scared witless and see it as hard work. Su Fengnian saw that Mr. White Lotus had finished speaking and was about to leave. He said coldly, "Mr. White Lotus, why don't you accompany me to see Yang Xianxia?" Bai Yu bowed and stood up. After hearing this, he hesitated for a moment before sitting back down. When Yang Xianxia strode up the steps, he saw the young lord sitting there, but there was an elegant scholar of unknown identity standing there to welcome him. When he looked at him, he was smiling. It was not the kind of smile that hit a knife. On the contrary, it was very friendly and natural. When Su Fengnian introduced the two of them, Yang Xianxia was shocked. Only then did he know that the person in front of him was actually the Daoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, who was not of the same surname as Mr. White Lotus. His heart suddenly felt warm. When he heard that Bai Yu personally said that he would go to the regional commander's residence to ask for wine when he was free, Yang Xianxia, regardless of whether it was true or not, and whether it was out of politeness or sincerity, felt a little closer to Bai Yu. After all, when he arrived in Liangzhou, the only reason he had closed the door to visitors was because he knew that if he took even half a step out of the door, he would become a street rat that everyone wanted to kill. Not to mention that none of the civil and military officials of Liangzhou had shown up, even the servants and maids of the residence looked at him with hostility. Yang Xianxia had shamelessly come to Mount Qingliang this time because he had previously sent a secret letter to Su Fengnian to greet him when he returned from outside the pass. Whether or not the old man had entered the prince's residence on Mount Qingliang, or whether or not Su Fengnian was willing to let this regional commander enter his residence, the entire Beiliang officialdom was waiting to see. If he succeeded, Yang Xianxia might not necessarily be able to hold power in Beiliang. If he failed, Yang Xianxia's future days would definitely be difficult. Yang Xianxia's original plan was to make this trip today. He did not have any extravagant hopes that Su Fengnian would be able to put on a grand display. It would be fine as long as he could keep up appearances. However, Bai Yu's appearance was definitely a pleasant surprise. Yang Xianxia was an old fox who had immersed himself in the officialdom of Liang for most of his life. Now, the slightest movement in Beiliang only needed a few words from the servants in the residence for the old man to grasp the key points. For example, the choice of the main consort and the resignation of the provincial governor, Tian Peifong. The two matters seemed unrelated, but in reality, the clues within were very particular. Tian Peifong was secretly expressing goodwill to Lu Dongjiang. With the precedent of the change of the provincial governor of Lingzhou as an example, rather than waiting for a year or two to be forced to abdicate to a foreigner, he might as well take the initiative to abdicate and form a tacit understanding with the Lu family, the future provincial governor of Liangzhou, Lu Dongjiang, and even the princess consort, Lu Chengyan. The three of them chatted happily in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. They did not talk about matters of state, only about the wind and the moon. They parted happily. Bai Yu took the initiative to send Yang Xianxia all the way out of the prince's residence. Bai Yu stood at the door and watched as the provincial governor left. He smiled with understanding. Since Song Dongming was the deputy administrator who held more power than Li Gongda, as long as Su Fengnian agreed to let Li Gongda become the provincial governor, then the entire Lu family would be indebted to him. The Lu family also needed someone in the imperial court in Mount Qingliang. The famous scholar Lu Dongjiang and the merchant Wang Linquan. Between the two, it was like choosing the lesser of two evils. Of course, Song Dongming would choose the former. He, Bai Yu, was in a more awkward position. He did not even have the opportunity to choose. However, now that Yang Xianxia had delivered himself to his doorstep, Bai Yu's situation was different. Right now, Yang Xianxia could not speak in Beiliang's officialdom, but that did not mean it would not be the case in the future. As long as Liang Mang was still fighting, as long as Yang Xianxia was smart enough, there would be a day when he would not be able to stand out. Thus, in the future, no matter how busy the provincial governor's estate was, Bai Yu would always be the person who met Yang Xianxia. He would be the benefactor who would send charcoal in snowy weather, not an idler who would add flowers to the brocade. Just as Bai Yu was about to step over the threshold, he suddenly pulled his foot back and turned to walk down the steps. He then turned back to look at the large door. This Sir White Lotus raised his head to look at the imposing plaque and then at the couplets on both sides that were about to be replaced. He thought of that young man in the pavilion in the middle of the lake and muttered to himself, Bail Yang, Li Yang, in this world, with you, Su Fengnian, can this be considered sending charcoal in snowy weather? Just as Bai Yu was walking back into the prince's estate with mixed feelings, he passed by Tide Hark Lake. In the end, he saw a scene that almost made Sir White Lotus jump up and curse. He had just left, and that upright gentleman who had repeatedly said that he had nothing to do with Roji and other women was already walking side by side with him on the lake. Even more outrageous was that when that fellow saw him, not only did he not feel guilty, he even raised his hand to greet him. Bai Yu muttered angrily in a low voice. On the lake in the distance, Su Fengnian laughed heartily. Chen Yu asked curiously, what's wrong? Su Fengnian laughed. Sir White Lotus thinks that I can't hear him because we're so far away, but in truth, I heard everything very clearly. Chen Yu asked, what did Sir say? Su Fengnian said in all seriousness, he praised me for being handsome and dashing, but he felt ashamed of his inferiority. Chen Yu made a sound of acknowledgement and then took her leave. She then went straight to Sir White Lotus. Su Fengnian was dumbfounded. In the end, Su Fengnian on Solitary Lake laughed. Looking around, everything was serene. In this kind of Bail Yang, whether the women were as beautiful as flowers or beautiful enough to ward off evil spirits, or the men, whether they were scholars, martial artists, or commoners, were all safe and sound. The sounds of reading, peddling, hoofbeats, snoring, and quarreling were all lively and bustling. Su Fengnian folded his hands in his sleeves and looked up at the sky. Everything this young man did was for the sake of no longer resenting the Su family. Chapter 1681. This year's New Year's Eve was actually very difficult for Su Fengnian, because Su Wishang said that all the spring festival couplets on Mount Qingliang had to be personally written by him, and none of them could be repeated. There were a total of 365 couplets, big and small, not including the two characters, Chun and Fu. For this reason, Su Fengnian had no choice but to ask Song Dongming, Bai Yu, and even Wang Chudong for help. He asked for the contents of more than 300 couplets and put them on his desk to copy. Because Su Shao had passed away for less than 3 years, they should continue to use white couplets, but Su Wishang said that this year they should use red couplets. Although Su Fengnian was not very willing, even Auntie Zhao Yute agreed with second sister. Su Fengnian could fight against Tu Chao Chongqing and Dong Tai, but he could not defeat these two together, so he could only obediently accept his fate. Therefore, Su Fengnian began to write at a high speed on the second floor of Wutongan early in the morning. Lu Qingyan was grinding on the side, and Wang Chudong was helping to cut the rice paper. Su Fengnian's 3 disciples, Lu Yunchang, could not endure staying in the study room for less than an hour. He ran out to find Yu Groom to compare notes on martial arts. The eldest disciple, Wang Sheng, who had returned to Bailiang alone from Beimeng, had a calm temperament and helped the young master's wife, Wang Chudong. Only the little brat, Yu Dilong, was nowhere to be seen. Everyone in the room knew that now in the officialdom of Bailiang, especially in the border of Yuzhou, almost all the generals knew the story of the young lord walking with the support of the wall. It was not known whether it was Yan Wenluan or Chen Yunshui who blurted it out, but they gave the king of Bailiang the nickname, the second Su Fengnian, which meant that in the end, there was still someone in the world who could defeat the young lord. As for who defeated Su Fengnian on which battlefield, the gloating old generals did not care. Therefore, the moment Yu Dilong returned to Mount Qingliang from the border of Yuzhou, he was called to a secluded back mountain by his master who had a fake smile on his face. The master and disciple did not come back together. They only saw that the young lord looked a bit refreshed. However, the kid only showed up after a long time. With a bloody nose and a swollen face, he sat in the pavilion in the middle of the Lake of Tide listening pavilion and sulked for a long time. He even ignored his master's call to eat. Finally, Lu Chengyan, the master's wife, came to the rescue and took the kid's hand to eat. While wolfing down the food, the kid was frightened and complained to the master's wife that his master beat him for no reason and even asked him to practice the vow of silence meditation during this period. Udilong asked the master's wife what he had said wrong. Seeing the kid's bitter eyes, Lu Chengyan's resentment disappeared. She stood up for the kid and told him not to worry about his master. If he wanted to vent his anger on his master, he could come to the master's wife. After being beaten into a pig's head by Su Fengnian, Udilong smiled and said okay. He grimaced and then continued to eat. The kid felt that the master's wife had a good temper and that his master was even more blessed. Su Fengnian wrote for nearly 3 hours. After finishing, he had to carry a stool and a ladder to put up the Spring Festival couplets. Fortunately, Su Wishang did not continue to torment him on this matter. In the past, Su Shao had personally put up the Spring Festival couplets in more than a dozen places, such as the Old Mansion, the Gate of the Prince's Mansion, Wutongan, Tide Listening Pavilion and so on. Su Shao had always put up the Spring Festival couplets in these places by himself. As for the other places, they were handed over to the stewards of the prince's mansion. Su Fengnian had Wang Sheng call Lu Yunzhang and Udilong over. He had the young boy and girl help set up a ladder and a stool. At the same time, he had to make sure that the Spring Festival couplets were not pasted crookedly. Furthermore, every time he pasted the Spring Festival couplets upside down, he would have his 3 disciples shout, "Fortune has arrived." When shouting, Wang Sheng would be more reserved, but from his expression, he could tell that the young girl was very sincere. Lu Yunzhang was the most careless, while Udilong's voice was the loudest. According to the old rules, the Spring Festival couplets at the gate were the last to be put up. After finishing, Su Fengnian held the big bowl of rice milk in his hand and looked at the sky and the end of the street. It was about time for Huang Manor, Yang Guangdou, Chen Shiliang, and the others to return. His 3 disciples did not do their best for nothing. They all received an additional Spring Festival couplet. Su Fengnian did not ask what they were going to do with it, but he could roughly guess that Udilong was definitely going to give it to the tall scout who had died outside the pass. He was going to ask someone to bring it to his house. Lu Yunzhang, this heartless fellow, was probably going to be used to flatter a certain general of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. As for Wang Sheng, whose figure was becoming more and more like an ordinary girl, he was probably going to be used as a collection and had no other use. Su Fengnian suddenly asked with a smile, "How is master's handwriting?" Lu Yunzhang immediately said with a cheeky smile, "It's written with iron and silver hooks, like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing." Su Fengnian calmly took it all in. Finally, when the youth could no longer say anything else, he smiled and said, "You can speak human language now." The youth immediately asked in a whisper, "Master, why don't you write another one for me?" Su Fengnian said playfully, "Entering a temple to burn incense and pay respects to Buddha is a good thing, but if you have to go to every temple and worship Buddha every time you see him, that would instead appear insincere. In the officialdom, it's actually better if one person is willing to do 10% for you than 2 people doing 30 to 40% for you." The youth thought about it carefully and nodded vigorously. Su Fengnian turned his head to look at Udilong. The latter trembled in fright and said with a sullen face, "Master, what's wrong?" "Apart from eldest master's wife, I haven't spoken to anyone else." Su Fengnian coldly snorted and handed the porcelain bowl to the child. He said without reason, "Consider yourself lucky." Udilong was somewhat sullen, but he did not dare to say anything. Su Fengnian looked into the distance. Ancestor Lu, Gao Shulu, Lu Songtao, Li Chungang, Wang Xianji, and then Su Fengnian. In the future, it might be Xianyuan Qingfeng, and then it would be Udilong's turn. When Su Fengnian was about to be truly invincible in the world, Xie Guinying, who was on the continent's immortal rankings, appeared. Everything had its vanquisher, and according to the old heavenly Tao, if Xie Guinying could not take on the great responsibility, there would still be Hong Shixiang to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. However, the latter did not care. When Udilong, Wang Sheng, Lu Yunzhang, and this group of young people appeared out of nowhere, there would no longer be the so-called celestial beings. When humans fought humans, everyone relied on their own abilities and not their previous lives. Each of them would be vigorous and vigorous. They would either win or lose, die or live. But now, after all, humans were not truly separated forever. There was also the so-called heavenly will in the dark. Su Fengnian intuitively felt that there was someone who could fight against Udilong in the future, and it was very likely to come from Donghai. As for who it was, Su Fengnian was not interested. As for Wang Sheng and Lu Yunzhang beside Udilong, they could only be people like Wang Xiufeng and Lu Yunzhang from Li Chuangong's era, or people like Dong Tai and Chao Chongqing from Wang Xianji's era. However, Su Fengnian still hoped that Udilong at that time, especially on the day when he was no longer in this world, would not become a runaway horse between heaven and earth. Instead, he would have to have something to worry about. Wang Xianji, or Su Fengnian, who was completely unrestrained by fate, would undoubtedly be a disaster if they had no fear and only knew how to run amok. When the girl came back this time, she relayed a lot of inexplicable words. It was not only Huang Sanjia's drunken words, but also Huang Longshi's last words. It sounded very nonsensical. The old man who had died said that the world in the future would be very interesting. Ordinary people could also ride a sword to fly, travel to the North Sea in the morning and Kangwu in the evening, travel to the 4 seas in a day, and even pluck stars from the sky and dive into the sea to fish for the moon. He also said that in the future, everyone would be a scholar. The books that they read in a year might be more than the books that the current Confucian sage had read in a lifetime. Unfortunately, the scholars in the future would not be real scholars, but book flippers. The books that they read would not be the books of the sages, and they would not be able to emulate the virtuous. The so-called putting oneself in other people's shoes would have a different meaning. Many people were not willing to be heroes, so they thought that there were no heroes in the world. They would regard others' sacrifice as fools, and they would forget the martyr's generosity to die in an instant. That world seemed to be very interesting, but in fact, it had lost a lot of things that the martyrs had hoped that the future could inherit when they were alive. Therefore, Huang Longshi was willing to die in the present, in this world, and turn into a pile of yellow soil. In Jianghu, Ancestor Lu was unwilling to pass through the gate of heaven, Li Chungang was unwilling to ascend, and Wang Xianji was willing to lose to Su Fengnian. In the imperial court, Zhang Jiulu did not leave a way out, Qi Yanglong resolutely left the mountain, and Tantanan was reluctant to leave. Perhaps it was because they were the same kind of people as Huang Longshi. They were born from death. Su Fengnian sighed softly, and reached out to rub the head of his eldest disciple. He smiled and said softly, "Since you have the happy sword, you should live happily. Don't be like some people." After all, the girl had grown up. Her master's intimate action made her blush a little. Lu Yunzhang suddenly screamed, "Master, actually Wang Sheng likes you. It's true. Even a blind person can see it." Chapter 1682. The girl, who was not carrying 6 or 7 swords on her back at the moment, was suddenly filled with a murderous aura. After traveling thousands of li with White Fox Face in Beimang, the girl's swordsmanship cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. As of now, her cultivation was the highest among the 3 disciples. However, the girl's thoughts were obvious. If she were to fight with Lu Yunzhang, wouldn't it mean that she acknowledged Lu Yunzhang's words? However, if she ignored him, she would not be able to hold back her anger. Fortunately, the sound of horse hooves on the street helped her out of her predicament. It was her master's younger brother, the commander of the Longxiang army, Su Longxiang, who had returned from Liuzhou to the capital. When Su Fengnian walked down the steps, he said, "Dilong, spar with your junior brother. Beat him up the same way our master beat you up yesterday, as long as it doesn't delay the reunion dinner." Yu Dilong was stunned. Lu Yunzhang, who was the smartest, had already run into the residence and shouted, "I can fight, but let me go get my weapon." Yu Dilong hurriedly passed the porcelain bowl to the blushing Wang Sheng and went to stop Lu Yunzhang. Wang Sheng lowered his head and returned the bowl to Su Fengnian. He whispered, "Master, I'll go too." Su Fengnian held the bowl and said helplessly, "The three of you should at least take the stools and ladders back." When Huang Manor saw Su Fengnian, he seemed to be a little timid. Su Fengnian passed the bowl to Chen Shiliang and then grabbed Huang Manor's shoulder with a smile. In the next moment, Su Longxiang's body slid along the side of the street in the snow, stirring up countless snowflakes. Back in the day, the four sisters and brothers of the Su family, Su Fengnian loved to throw the thin and weak Huang Man into the snow every time it snowed. He never got tired of it. He would even pick up Huang Man's feet and throw her upside down in the courtyard, making head-sized holes in the ground and writing a large Su character. When he was done, Su Fengnian would put his hands on his hips and look heroic. Huang Man would sit in the snow and smile foolishly. Big sister Su Jihu, who was standing under the eaves and watching the fun, would definitely clap her hands and cheer. Su Weisheng, who had a precocious temperament, would pout and pretend to be disdainful. Because Su Weisheng was not very willing to play with the three of them and have a snowball fight, Su Fengnian and Big Sister could only make Huang Manor stand at the foot of the wall as a target. The two of them competed to see who could throw snowballs more accurately. Every time Su Fengnian accurately smashed a snowball onto Huang Manor's head, the one who laughed the happiest was not Su Fengnian, but Huang Manor. At that time, Su Weisheng would roll his eyes. Chen Shiliang was dumbfounded. Liuzhou provincial governor Yang Guangdou, who had stayed in Qingliang Mountain for more than 10 years, was calm and unperturbed. He had long since become accustomed to this. Very quickly, Su Longxiang ran in front of Su Fengnian. Without saying anything, he crouched down and carried his brother on his back. It looked like he would not stop until he ran from the foot of the mountain all the way to the top. Eating dumplings during the New Year was a rule set by Su Shao. When Wu Su was alive, she and her two daughters would make dumplings together. After Wu Su passed away, especially when the eldest daughter married far away to Jiangnan and the youngest daughter went to study, it was all handled by Su Shao. This year's dumplings were made by Zhao Yute, Su Weisheng, Lu Chengyan, and Wang Chudong. These four women. This year's New Year's Eve dinner was still Su Zhao's rule. The women did not leave the table, so other than Su Fengnian, Su Longxiang, Wang Sheng's three disciples, Su Beiji, Song Dong, and Xiaoyu, who were close to the water, as well as Chen Shiliang, Yang Guangdou, and the others who had come from afar, the large table was filled with people. It was a rare lively scene. After eating the New Year's Eve dinner, it was time to stay up. Su Fengnian walked alone to the entrance of the main hall of the manor. In the middle of the hall, there were two chairs placed in the main seat. One of the things that Su Fengnian was criticized the most was that when Su Shao was discussing matters with the important people of Beiliang when they were young, he, His Royal Highness, would casually sit in Su Zhao's seat while Su Shao could only sit on the chair to the side with a smile. He never felt that there was anything wrong with it. Su Fengnian stood at the entrance of the main hall. He looked at the dozens of old chairs placed to the left and right, and then looked at the two chairs in a daze. Soon, the old steward of the manor, Song Yu, brought in a large stove. There were small tongs for fiddling with charcoal fire hanging from the cracks of the wooden stove. Su Fengnian took the stove and placed it by the feet of the two chairs in the center. He squatted down and began to skillfully fiddle with the charcoal fire that had just glowed red. The matter of staying up was a man's matter. Even though Su Shao was famous for being a henpecked husband, this matter was not discussed. Of course, the old Wang Fei, Wu Su, would never argue with Su Shao on this matter. After marrying into the old Su family, Wu Su was the daughter-in-law of the Su family. She would never say anything about the old Su family's customs. When Su Fengnian was squatting in front of the stove, Su Longxiang also walked into the main hall with two large bags of charcoal. They had to stay up until dawn, so it was necessary to add charcoal to the fire. The two brothers squatted together. Su Fengnian said softly, in the past, when I stayed up, would get sleepy easily. Su Xiao has never been a man who doesn't talk about his past bravery. He likes to talk about it. Every time, I couldn't stay up until midnight. You would leave with me, so Su Xiao always stayed here alone. Now that I think about it, Su Xiao is all alone. It is quite pitiful. Huang Manor, don't you think so? Su Longxiang nodded. Su Fengnian asked again, what do you think Su Xiao is thinking when he sits here every year at this time? Su Longxiang shook his head. Su Fengnian hesitated and said to himself, when Chao Chongqing was in Tian City, he told me that I could go to West Chu after the new year to pick up someone. But I don't know how to say it. Second sister may not agree, and whether your two sisters-in-law agree or not, they will have a knot in their heart. Not to mention Yan Wenwan, great ancestor Gu, and the other generals. Yes, how can the military and national affairs be trifled with? Beiliang has lost so many people in battle outside the pass. After all, they died for Beiliang. But if I say that accompanying Su Fengnian to Guangling Taoism and risking universal condemnation, what is going on? Even if I am stubborn and use my identity as the king of Beiliang to pressure them, I fear that before the next battle of Liangmang is even fought, our Beiliang will already be divided. Su Longxiang sank into deep thought. He was not like when he was young, he would foolishly and happily stand by his older brother's side no matter what happened. In the early years, for his older brother, Huang Manor even dared to oppose Su Xiao. Just like the song and dance on the peak of Qingliang Mountain after the death of the old emperor, Su Xiao was infuriated for the first time. Huang Manor stood between his father and his older brother, not retreating a single step. Su Fengnian put down the fire tongs and crouched in front of the stove, staring at the fire in a daze. Even Su Fengnian did not know that tonight, in the night, group after group of people would enter through the gates of the provincial capital. Yuzhou had Beiliang Infantry Commander Yan Wenwan, Deputy Commander Chen Yinshui, Provincial Governor Hu Kuei, General Huang Fuxi, General Yu Wandao, and others. Lingzhou had Administrator Li Gongda, Li Hanlin, the new Provincial Governor, Lingzhou General Han Laozhan, Deputy Commander Wang Ji, Huang Xiaokuai, and others. In Liuzhou, apart from Chen Shiliang and Yang Guangdou, there was also Longxiang Army Deputy Commander Li Mofen and Liuzhou General Ko Jianghuai. In the outer pass of Liangzhou, with Beiliang Governor-General Chu Lushan and Cavalry Commander Yuan Zuozong at the head, there were even more people. For some reason, Beiliang's civil officials and generals all rushed to the gates of the prince's mansion on this New Year's Eve. Su Yanbing stood at the entrance of the hall, his face abnormally heavy. Su Fengnian slowly stood up and smiled bitterly. The lineup at the foot of the mountain was undoubtedly forcing him to abdicate. Since he was kept in the dark, that meant that even his second sister and Chu Lushan would not agree. Su Fengnian stood near the chair and turned to look at the entrance. Chu Lushan was the first to appear at the entrance, but he was not in a hurry to step over the threshold. Su Fengnian gathered his thoughts and said with a hoarse voice, "Come in." Chu Lushan, Li Gongda, Yan Wenwan, Yuan Zuozong, Chen Yinshui, Great Ancestor Gu, Li Mofen, Yu Wandao, Ko Jianghuai, Chao Xiaojiao, Song Dongming, Bai Yu, Huang Shang, Su Beiji, Chen Shiliang. Because there were too many people entering the hall, they had no choice but to add more than 10 chairs. Su Fengnian waited until there were chairs behind everyone before sitting on the chair that Su Xiao used in the past. Su Fengnian stretched out his hand and gestured. Everyone sat down. Su Longxiang also picked a chair and sat on the side. That majestic momentum was not inferior to Chao Chongqing, Dong Tai, and Tuoba Bodhisattva. All the top martial arts masters appeared in front of the young king. Su Fengnian was not angry, but a little tired. Chu Lushan, who was sitting next to Su Longxiang, Yuan Zuozong, and Qi Dangua, lowered his head as if he did not dare to look at Su Fengnian. The reason for the situation tonight was because of him and Su Weisheng. Otherwise, who would dare to act like this? Su Fengnian sat upright with his hands in his sleeves. just like Su Shao in the past. Chapter 1683. In the Su family on Mount Qingliang, the men were staying up in the meeting hall, while the women were not sleeping either. Instead, they were gathered in Su Wishang's small courtyard. Like Wutongyan, they had laid out extravagant earth dragons. However, ever since the Battle of Liangmang, both Wutongyan and this place had never used earth dragons that consumed countless charcoal. Even when facing Su Wishang, Aunt Zhao Yute still wore her visor. She was bending over and fiddling with the charcoal fire. The light of the fire shone on her visor, making it sparkle. Lu Qingyan and Wang Chudong sat to the left and right of Su Wishang. Wang Chudong, who had a lively temperament, had never liked to pay attention to the posture of the armchair, so she sat on a small stool. At this time, she simply rested her head on Su Wishang's knee, her eyes drowsy. Su Wishang reached out to rub his sister-in-law's hair. His movements were gentle, and Wang Chudong became more and more sleepy. Jia Jiajia and Suing sat at the door where the threshold had been removed. They were playing a game of 15, 50, and 20. Their hands were moving in a dazzling manner, but they were silent. Inside and outside the room, only the occasional sound of the charcoal fire crackling could be heard. It was quiet and peaceful. Zhao Yute gently moved the ashes to cover the charcoal fire, so that Wang Chudong would not feel her skirt burning. She finally broke the silence and sighed softly, "We shouldn't have forced Xiaoyan like this. Since we are family, even if we knew we couldn't persuade him, it would have been better to let him know in advance." Su Wishang lowered his gaze and stared at the fire that was faintly discernible under the ashes. He softly said, "Auntie, it's not like you don't know what kind of temper he has. Since he was young, he has a stubborn temper. Once he has set his mind on something, even if mother punished him, he wouldn't change his mind. Now that he is a martial arts great-grandmaster, if he left Liangzhou alone in a fit of anger, who could stop him? Could I let Yuan Zuozong lead the great snow dragon cavalry to stop him?" Whether it was Su Yanbing or Huyan Daguan, there were only a handful of great-grandmasters in Beiliang who could stop them. They were also sentimental people and would not stop them. It could be said that they had the attitude of wanting to see the world in chaos. Don't look at how we defeated Beimang. In the end, father only left us a small fortune. How can we afford to let him squander it as he wishes? Su Wishang's expression was dark and gloomy. He said as calmly as he could, "Why did I announce that all the influential people in Beiliang would come to our house on New Year's Eve? Naturally, some people are selfish. They are afraid that Beiliang will be trapped in the whirlpool of West Chu and lose their troops and horses. Once they are affected, Beiliang may be lost. In that case, they will be beaten back to their original state and the official titles in their hands will be wasted. In the future, even if the Liang imperial court is willing to accept them, how many decades will they have to climb back up in the officialdom? But I also believe that more people are doing this for the sake of Beiliang and the Beiliang frontier army. They are not afraid to offend their superiors." Apart from Su Wishang's voice, there was dead silence in the room. Su Wishang unconsciously emphasized, perhaps he can pat his chest and say with a clear conscience that the reason Beiliang has a moment of stability today is because of Su Fengnian. He has been outside Huda City, outside Calabash City, outside Qingcang City, and thousands of miles in the western regions. He has risked his life there, so he has the right to be willful for once. Zhao Yute raised his head and asked, "Is that not the case?" Su Wishang's expression was miserable. He shook his head and said, "No." Although the cold helmet covered his ferocious and terrifying face, Zhao Yute was clearly angry. He said in a low voice, "Just because his surname is Su and he is the son of the great general and the princess?" Su Wishang and Zhao Yute looked at each other. Their eyes were firm. He is the eldest son of the Su family. The king of Beiliang is related to the life and death of more than 2 million people in Beiliang. He is also one of the 4 grandmasters of martial arts. Since he chose to increase his burden and practice martial arts, then he should be like our father and take the lead in every battle. Even more than our father, he should face Tuoba Bodhisattva and Baimang's million-strong army. It is he who blocked the only way out. It is he who made himself unable to be a vassal king who can enjoy peace by taking a step back. He can't blame anyone else. Zhao Yute wanted to say something but stopped. He could only sigh. It turned out that this was the reason why she was extremely unwilling to let Su Fengnian practice martial arts. After practicing martial arts and becoming a peerless master, once he became the enemy of tens of thousands of people on the battlefield, then during the Battle of Liangmeng, what reason did he have to just hide behind the scenes and strategize? If he was just a weak young vassal king who was not a great grandmaster, Su Fengnian, then he would still have an excuse not to personally fight. At the very least, even if he rode to the battlefield, he would only die after many people. Or even, when she didn't want him to die in Beiliang, she could forcibly take him away from the northwest and fly away? Facing such a painstaking woman, Zhao Yute couldn't get angry. Su Weisheng suddenly patted Wang Chudong's little head and said resolutely, "I am going to add charcoal to the meeting hall." Wang Chudong rubbed his eyes. He didn't understand. Zhao Yute said bitterly, "What else do you want to do? Isn't it enough?" After Wang Chudong raised his head, Su Weisheng said coldly, "Huda city's Lu Jinu, Longxiang armies Wang Lingbao, Wugong city's Zhu Mu and Gao Shiqing, these people, those people, many of them are dead. I am going to add chairs for them in the meeting hall. I just want Su Fengnian to see with his own eyes the empty chairs." Lu Qingyan suddenly said, "I will go." Su Weisheng smiled. He bent his finger and knocked on her forehead. "Silly, how can you do this kind of thing? Anyone can be a villain, but you, Lu Qingyan, can't." Zhao Yute also nodded and said, "Don't worry about it, Qingyan." Su Weisheng interrupted Zhao Yute's next words, "Aunt, I will go." Zhao Yute was silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly nodded. Without Su Weisheng in the room, no one spoke. About 2 incense sticks later, Su Weisheng pushed his wheelchair back to the door. His face was pale. Zhao Yute got up and walked over. She said with heartache, "Did Xiaoyan get angry at you? Aunt will go teach him a lesson now." Su Weisheng grabbed Zhao Yute's sleeve tightly and said sadly, "I went back halfway, but someone told me that he had already added chairs for those heroes in the meeting hall. Auntie, am I wrong?" Zhao Yute squatted down and wiped away the tears on his face. She said softly, "No, you are not wrong. You and Xiaoyan are both good children." Inside the room, Lu Qingyan's expression was wooden. Wang Chudong was silently sobbing. The 2 girls, who were sitting cross-legged at the door with Su Ying, suddenly said, "Women shouldn't get involved in men's business. Fighting and defending the world has nothing to do with us." Perhaps because she had been with Jia for a long time, Su Ying actually laughed for the first time. Everyone in the meeting hall was an ambitious and ruthless person, a hero, and a famous scholar. Chu Lushan, Yan Wenluan, Li Gongda, Yuan Zuozong, Ancestor Gu, Chen Yinshui, Zhou Kong, Qi Danghua, Ko Jianghui, Hu Kuei, Huang Fuxi, Han Laozhan, Song Dongming, Baiyu, Su Beiji, Chen Xiliang, Li Hanlin, Huang Shang, Yang Guangdou, Shifu, Yu Dian, Hong Yu, Huang Xiaokuai, Yuan Wenbao, Chao Xiaojiao, Hong Xinjia, Wang Ji, Song Chongsui, Xin Inma, Wei Shaking, Tian Peifang, Hu Gonglai, Wei Chencher, Jiao Wui, Chang Sui, Su Huang. There were only 4 prefectures in northern Liang, but the number of generals there was enough to make the imperial court of Liang, which had unified the central plains, blush with shame. Chapter 1684. Su Yanbing, who was regarded as a half-step martial saint by the young vassal king, stood outside the door, leaning against the pillar, arms crossed, looking at the night sky. There was a travel-worn old man who came from an academy in Yuzhou. For some reason, he was in such a hurry that he wished the horse had 8 legs, but after entering the mansion, he was not in a hurry. He walked leisurely on the bright moonlight and the endless red lanterns to the tide-listening pavilion. Beside the old man in a scholarly robe was a woman with a cold temperament. She was one of the disciples of Shangyin Academy's Han Guzi, Su Weisheng's junior sister, Jean Baosher. She was different from her fellow disciples who were already in Bailiang's court. She was not willing to go to Wutong'an to live under someone else's roof, nor was she suitable to be an official, so she went to the academy. She helped the old man with chores while concentrating on her studies. The old man was the bad chess player that the young vassal king spoke of. He was the national player who could play chess on par with Su Shao. Of course, his more famous identity was Chancellor Wang of Shangyin Academy, the person who led the scholars to die. If, and only if the Bailiang Su family really split the land and became emperor, then this old man was actually the first official to follow the dragon. The significance was even greater than Zhao Chongling's defection to Su Shao during the Spring and Autumn War. But unexpectedly, the old scholar who had made great contributions in Bailiang, one of Su Weisheng's teachers, and a famous scholar who had wrestled with the Academy's Grand Chancellor Qi Yanglong in the early years, was like a clay ox entering the sea after his identity was revealed. He became an unknown teacher on a small mountain far smaller than Green Deer Mountain Academy. Chancellor Wang came to the wide platform of the tide-listening pavilion and looked up at the tall building. He first smiled, then his entire mouth opened, and in the end, he almost laughed out loud. Jean Baosher asked curiously, "Why are you so happy?" The old man laughed evilly and said, "Nothing, I just thought of some funny things." "Daughter, do you want to hear it? Instead of being happy alone, it's better to be happy together." Jean Baosher, who was already quite familiar with this old man, said unhappily, "Mister, you might as well enjoy yourself." There was no doubt about Chancellor Wang's knowledge, which could be counted on one's fingers. His teacher Han Guzi, head of the Secretariat Qi Yanglong, and Imperial College's Yao Baifeng. Perhaps only these 3 people could sit down and discuss Tao with the old man in front of him. However, this old man, who had lived in seclusion in the Shangyin Academy in his early years, had completely revealed his old fox tail after coming to Bailiang. When Jean Baosher was helping in the academy, he was often teased by this old man and always liked to say extremely obscure dirty words. If not for the fact that he only used his mouth and not his hands, Jean Baosher could not guarantee that he would not beat him up. When a scholar was bad, he was really full of evil tricks, especially an old fox like Chancellor Wang who was well read. Jean Baosher had been in hot water during this period of time. She almost felt that she was no longer a virgin, but a mature woman who could quarrel with scoundrels. The old man did not care whether Jean Baosher wanted to hear it or not. He had already poured out beans from a bamboo tube. In the past, there were many famous moral scholars in our Central Plains who had nothing to do. And those guys who had nothing to do during the day and nothing to do at night. Daughter, don't turn your head away and refuse to listen. Fine, let's talk about serious matters. It was those people who made up interesting stories about Mount Qingliang all day long, swearing solemnly as if they had seen and heard it with their own eyes. To be honest, back then, my curiosity was piqued and I believed the nonsense of those old bastards. That was why I shamelessly begged that girl Wei Xiong to be my disciple, thinking that I would have an excuse to come to this Bailiang palace to eat, drink, and sleep for free. Cough, it's just sleeping. Daughter, please don't misunderstand. When I eagerly came to this godforsaken place in Bailiang and entered the prince's mansion, the result? In the end, King waited for half a day. During this time, I gave lame Su countless looks that all men would understand. But from start to finish, wasn't it said that your Su family would choose talented women to perform the 18 heavenly demon dances? Wasn't it said that the licentious Bailiang heir had a fondness for charming women, to the point where he would occasionally see a beautiful woman sitting at a banquet and ask the people around him, "Who is she?" If he wanted to ride her, he would say, "She's His Royal Highness's woman." Alright, even if that wasn't the case, wasn't it said that the Tide Listening Pavilion had countless foreign monks from the western regions who had secretly taught them the art of seduction? Did they gather hundreds and thousands of unorthodox bedroom techniques? That brat was truly wicked. Su Xiao didn't have the foresight, but that brat saw through it. He privately told me that the Tide Listening Pavilion really did have treasures. By the time I found the top floor from the first floor, I rummaged through the cabinets and chests for 3 days and 3 nights. When I finally reached the top floor with great difficulty, I almost spat out a mouthful of blood. At this point, the old man whose saliva was flying everywhere beat his chest and stomped his feet in righteous indignation. Jean Baosher immediately felt that the sky was high and the moon was bright. It was satisfying, it was really satisfying. Suddenly, the old man calmed down. It was as though at this moment, he was the Chancellor Wang that the world had mistakenly thought was the true first teacher of Shangyin Academy. The old man reached out and pointed at the highest point of the tall building. It was there that I saw a scholar, a sickly person who was half dead, a pitiful person who was more tired than dead. Jean Baosher looked up with the old man and sighed softly. Li Shan. The old man, Chancellor Wang, said slowly in a deep voice, unlike many people, in my eyes, Li Shan is the top strategist of the spring and autumn period. Jean Baosher said in bewilderment, even if it is not Huang Longsher, there is still Nailan Yusi of the Yuan Benshi. Also, even Zhao Chongling, who was also a Su family strategist, was thought to be better than Li Shan even though he died young. His talent and knowledge, especially his schemes, are better than Li Shan. The old man bent down as though he was holding something in. Jean Baosher was confused. The old man turned his head and said, I was afraid that if I said fart, my daughter would not be willing to hear it, so I really planned to fart for you. Jean Baosher was speechless. The old man straightened his back, took off a jade pendant at his waist, and smashed it on the ground. It shattered. The old man looked at Jean Baosher and asked with a smile, do you understand? Jean Baosher was confused. The old man pointed at the messy jade fragments on the ground. Zhao Chongling, he cannot transcend the vision of an era, and cannot be considered a top strategist. Nailan Yusi is the same. As to Huang Longsher, he scattered all the pieces but could not gather them. But Li Shan can. It is easy to smash jade, but hard to mend jade? Jean Baosher sank into deep thought. The old man muttered softly, fortunately, it was smashed. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. But this jade is very valuable. I have to ask Su Fengnian for a few pieces later. Jean Baosher said helplessly, teacher. The old man waved his sleeve and said boldly, all right, I have been brewing here for half a day. Using this Tide Listening Pavilion and the name Li Shan, I finally have enough courage to go to the conference hall to support Su Fengnian. At this time, a cold voice sounded behind the two. Support what? At this moment, Jean Baosher, who was called the two-legged arsenal by his fellow disciples, felt his hair stand on end. Like a snake meeting a dragon, Jean Baosher stiffly turned his head and then froze at an untimely moment. Wang Ji, who did not know martial arts, turned around after drinking and blurted out, such a handsome woman. Man? In their field of vision. Dressed in white robes, with 2 blades at her waist. Embroidered winter and spring thunder. Chapter 1685. If it was said that adding chairs to the discussion hall was adding oil to the fire, it was the young vassal king's own trap. Then the White Feather Cavalry Commander Yuan Nanting brought several retired generals to the discussion hall. It was one disaster after another. Not only did the former Cavalry Deputy Commander Wei Taizhan and the former Infantry Deputy Commander Lu Yuanji come, even Lin Dofang came. The latter had not only beaten up Lu Yuanji who wanted to fight for Zhong Hongwu at the Liangzhou border, he had also appeared with Partridge Zhou Kong in the procession to send off His Royal Highness. This old soldier of the Su family had almost become in-laws with Su Xiao back then. So while Lin Dofang had retired from Beiliang for many years, in the eyes of the masters of the Bailiang cavalry of the two dynasties, he was a very special existence, far from being comparable to ordinary Bailiang generals. The discussion hall was already crowded, and after adding chairs for Lu Jinu, Wang Lingbao and the other heroes, when Lin Dofang and the others sat down, the discussion hall that had been empty for many years was overcrowded tonight. At this time, there were nearly 60 chairs in the discussion hall. The main generals of Bailiang's cavalry and infantry, the generals of the three provinces, the local officers with real power, the Qingliang mountain civil officials and strategists were all gathered together. A storm was coming. After Lin Dofang sat down, he looked around. There were some young faces, but more were old faces that he had known for half his life. The old man had a complicated expression. Looking at the situation, the two sides had not broken through the window paper, so he did not come too late. Although they were two sides, in the end, it was just Su Fengnian and all of Bailiang. This old soldier who had once risked his life for the Su family had a dazed expression. He thought back to the past. After winning the Battle of the Western Wall, the general had faced a similar situation. With Zhao Chongling as the leader, he strongly advocated that the Zhao family of Liang, who had shown signs of being cooked after the cunning rabbit was killed, be controlled by the river. Yan Wenluan, who was still sitting in the discussion hall, was one of those people. There were also Su Pu and Wu Yong, who were no longer in Bailiang, and Zhong Hongwu, who was already dead. Of course, Lin Dofang himself was one of them. It was just that the new and old Prince Liang had been together twice. It was similar but also different. After all, at that time, the general had Li Shan by his side. Except for the scheming Chen Jibao, the other 5 adopted sons who had outstanding military achievements stood firmly behind the general. But today's young king seemed to have really fallen into a situation of being betrayed by his friends and family. Lin Dofang glanced at the brocade partridge without showing any emotion. It was said that Zhou Kong was forced to hand over part of his military power in Beicheng, so he was already at odds with the prince. Lin Dofang's gaze moved to the Bailiang governor Chu Lushan and the cavalry commander Yuan Zuozong. Chu Lushan was looking down at his feet like he was counting ants. Yuan Baixiong was resting with his eyes closed. Beside the two, Qi Danghua, who was also the general's adopted son, straightened his back and clenched his fists. He looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. This made this burly general look somewhat comical. Lin Dofang glanced at Tian Peifang, who was about to step down as the provincial governor of Liangzhou. This nominal third civil official of Bailiang was probably like a lamb standing between wolves, tigers, and leopards. Lin Dofang sighed quietly. He had long received the news that they were going to have an audience with the prince on New Year's Eve. Chen Yinxue, who still held great power in the border army, told him about it. He didn't say anything in detail. He only said that all the high-ranking people in Bailiang would go to the prince's mansion. He only asked Lin Dofang if he wanted to join in the fun. Lin Dofang knew that it wouldn't be something pleasant. He didn't want to get involved in this mess, but he couldn't hold it in. He was afraid that the prince's hard-earned family property would fall apart overnight. In the end, Lin Dofang called his life-saving brother, Lu Sainer, and the old and wise Wei Taizhan. He hoped that no matter what happened, the 3 old men would be willing to sacrifice their lives to be the peacemakers so that things wouldn't get out of hand. The strange thing was that when they arrived at the prince's mansion, Yuan Nanting had been waiting there for a long time. He said that Yan Wenluan and Chu Lushan had passed a message to the 3 old men, telling them to wait and see. Lin Dofang, who had rushed to Liangzhou in a hurry, immediately felt a surge of anger. However, because Yuan Nanting was one of the old soldiers who had sent off His Royal Highness, Lin Dofang held back his anger and didn't get angry at him on the spot. In the hall, there was no noisy chatter of "the emperor and his subjects are suitable for each other," and the group of civil and military officials did not exchange pleasantries either. Lin Dofang, Wei Taizhan, and Lu Yuanji all felt a kind of suffocating pressure. At this time and place, silence was better than words. It wasn't hard to imagine how much pressure the young king was under. Lu Yuanji had a rough temper and was used to being careless. He turned to He Zhong, who was sitting next to him, and suddenly asked in a low voice, "Old He, what do you want to do? Tell me, Lu Sainer, so that I don't feel uncomfortable. It's too uncomfortable to have a knife on my neck." The old general, who had been ill in recent years, hesitated for a moment. He lowered his voice and said calmly, "We don't know when the Beimang barbarians will send their army to the border. At this time, the prince wants to lead an elite cavalry to the south to the Central Plains." Lu Yuanji immediately glared at him and said, "What? Are we finally going to kill those ungrateful Liang? Good thing, count me in. I don't want to continue to be the deputy commander of the infantry after I come back. If I can be a general and have 20 to 30,000 soldiers, it's enough. Do you want to attack Shishu or Hezhou first? But let's make a deal, I want to be the vanguard general." In the past, when Lu Yuanji returned to his hometown from outside the Great Wall, the old general immediately beat his 3 offending sons half to death, and almost personally ran to Mount Qingliang to bring a bramble and ask for punishment. Only after the great general wrote a letter to Lu Yuanji did he give up. However, very quickly the old general personally escorted his 3 sons to Yan Wenluan's army, saying that they could throw them to wherever in Yuzhou it was easy for people to die. Even if they died, it didn't matter. But what was more interesting was that Yan Wenluan said to Lu Yuanji, which made Lu Sainer so angry. Yan Wenluan said in front of the old man that the Yuzhou infantry didn't accept garbage. Because of this, the 2 old men almost broke off their friendship. In the end, it was Chen Yinshui who helped Lu Yuanji's 3 sons to join the army. Lin Dofang asked softly, "Old General He, what happened?" He Zhong suddenly said helplessly, "Do you know the Empress of West Chu, Jiangxi?" Lin Dofang nodded, "It's a hot topic. I even heard about it in the countryside. It said that this woman was saved by the general and had been secretly kept in the prince's mansion. Later, she was taken away by Chao Chongqing. That's why West Chu was reinstated." Lin Dofang frowned after saying this. Could it be? Chapter 1686. He Zhong suddenly sighed, lowered his voice and said, "You guessed right, His Highness is angry because of a woman. If it was in the past, when the war of Liangmang wasn't imminent, let alone 7 or 8,000 elite cavalry, even 20 or 30,000 cavalry would go to the Central Plains. With the banner of the vassal King Bailiang, and it's not really a rebellion, Bailiang wouldn't worry about the imperial court making irresponsible remarks. Taking a step back, if the Zhao family really makes things difficult for Bailiang again and again, we can take advantage of the situation and make it difficult for the imperial court to get off the tiger. But now, Bailiang has lost so much that it's almost crazy. I think that old woman is about to go crazy. We haven't built the north-resisting city yet, and the deployment outside the Great Wall hasn't been completely completed. Ah, Brother Lin, don't you think this is reasonable?" Lin Duofang was silent. Lu Yuanji was a little upset. He wasn't good at reasoning with scholars, but he always felt that something was wrong. Therefore, the old man who scolded His Royal Highness the most fiercely looked at the young man who sat on the main seat and had an empty chair next to him. Lu Yuanji scratched his head, and his heart was in a mess. Yan Wenluan, the only general of the border army who could openly raise the flag in Bailiang's army after the main pillars like General Li Yishan and Chen Jibao either died or left. He looked around and finally took the lead to break the awkward silence that made everyone feel embarrassed. He looked up at the young vassal king and asked in a deep voice, "I, Yan Wenluan, Bailiang's infantry commander. I recently heard that His Highness plans to personally lead the Phoenix Battalion and transfer more than 10,000 elite cavalry south to Guangling Road. May I ask why His Highness wants to do this? May I ask if this will delay the battle outside the Great Wall?" The young man on the main seat bent down and gently touched the charcoal fire, and then stood up straight. Lin Duofang's mind turned quickly, and before the vassal king spoke, he didn't care about overstepping his authority and hurriedly said, "General Yan, 300,000 people in Beimang died in the battle. As the bridgehead for the food supply, the southern dynasty can't bear the burden. It's very difficult to reorganize in a short period of time. This time, the Beimang barbarians are different from the nomads in the past. They are fighting in the central plains, and the more it is, the more it will hurt their vitality. I believe that in the next 3 months, there won't be a war. With the advancing speed of the Beiliang cavalry, going to Guangling Road in the central plains and back, it won't affect the overall situation. He didn't look at Lin Duofang, and he just said, "Is there no war in the central plains Moreover, wouldn't that old woman and King Dongzhuo of the southern courtyard take advantage of the fact that northern Liang is leaderless and send several elite troops south first?" Lin Duofang looked at the young vassal king and said, "Your Highness, you don't have to go to Guangling Road in person." Before Yan Wenluan responded, Su Fengnian already shook his head and said, "If Beiliang sends troops to Guangling Road, I will definitely lead the troops myself." Lin Duofang was confused. How should he talk about this? Su Fengnian suddenly laughed, "I mean if we send troops, since everyone here doesn't agree." At this moment, an old man in a Confucian robe ran to the door of the conference hall breathlessly. He stepped over the threshold, and then suddenly stopped, as if he didn't dare to lift his other foot. He calmed himself down, and his face turned red. He raised his voice and said angrily, "The Beiliang cavalry is the best in the world. How can you be so timid after winning the battle? So what if you send 10,000 cavalry to the central plains? Let alone 10,000, I think even 20 or 30,000 won't be a problem." "What? Without the king of Beiliang guarding the border, you officials don't know how to guard the gate of Beiliang? Yan Wenluan, your soldiers are the best in the world, guarding Yuzhou. Do you need the prince to stand behind you all the time? Do you need the prince to give you advice or serve you tea? He Zhonghu, Zhou Kong, great ancestor Gu, you are guarding the border of Liangzhou. Do you need the prince to take the lead in every battle? Otherwise, you can't defeat the Beimang barbarians?" The old man got angrier as he talked. He pointed at the people sitting in the front, as if he was scolding, "Chu Lushan, Yuan Zuozong, Qi Danghua. The three of you, don't forget why you are sitting here." The old man turned his head to look at the civil and military officials of Liuzhou and sneered, "As for you Liuzhou officials, you really have a reason to not let the prince leave Beiliang. Heh, if the prince didn't personally lead the troops to Qingsang City, you really wouldn't be able to guard Liuzhou that Li Yishan single-handedly created." Liuzhou's provincial governor Yang Guangdou almost jumped up and cursed, but he was pulled back by Chen Shiliang, whose face was just as gloomy. Jin Baochu, who was in the corridor outside the door, didn't show himself. When he heard Chancellor Wang's outburst, he felt admiration from the bottom of his heart. Not to mention whether it was reasonable or not, just this courage of his in a war of words was enough for the old man to boast for the rest of his life. Although the scholars of the Central Plains also liked to scold Beiliang's martial artists, who would have the guts to scold people in front of Beiliang's generals? However, Chancellor Wang scolded almost all of Beiliang's civil and military officials in one breath. No wonder the old man wanted to drag him to Tide Listening Pavilion first. It turned out that he was emboldening him. During this period of correspondence, the senior and junior brothers all mentioned the deeds of great ancestor Gu outside the Liangzhou Pass. The facts proved that even the famous veteran of the spring and autumn period, the first pillar of South Tang in the past, after coming to Beiliang, even if he was already the deputy commander of the infantry army, he still couldn't bear the consequences after angering the local generals. Everyone knew that the next commander of the infantry army was between great ancestor Gu and Chen Yinshui. Now, even if Chen Yinshui didn't take over Yan Wenluan, even if a younger generation general took over, it would definitely not be great ancestor Gu. This indirectly showed that the power of the generals was deeply rooted in the Beiliang frontier army. Even if the young king pushed great ancestor Gu, who had lost the confidence of the army, to the position of the commander of the infantry army, great ancestor Gu himself probably wouldn't be able to hold on. In this way, Chancellor Wang's concealment of strength and biding his time in the academy was completely in vain. It should be because the old man was no longer timid like before. He put his hands on his waist and said angrily, after the general left, everyone became arrogant and dared to flaunt their power in front of the Su family. I don't believe that there is no one here who is loyal to the Lord. Su Beiji, Chen Shiliang, Li Hanlin. All of you, stand up and say something fair. As a result, not only Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang, the two counselors, even Li Hanlin, who had turned over a new leaf, sat still on the chair. Chancellor Wang was stunned on the spot. Suddenly, he sat on the door sill and cursed like a shrew on the streets. He said in a heart-wrenching voice, "Why should we, the king of northern Liang, who has 300,000 strong cavalry, live without any meaning at all? Once, just once, can't we do it? Yan Wenluan, you bunch of old bastards. You are so old, what right do you have to bully a young man who is not even 30 years old?" The whole hall was silent. Chancellor Wang's eyes were completely bloodshot. He was so angry that he began to laugh. He raised a palm high up and said with a loud laugh, "Ever since Yonghuichu's Liang great army returned without accomplishing anything, the great snow dragon cavalry has entered northern Mang's hinterland for the first time in more than 10 years. Do you know why?" Chancellor Wang slowly stood up. The old man seemed to have pressed his palm on the wall. He said loudly, "At that time, Su Xiao stood by the wall and slapped the map of Beimang. He said something to me. Su Xiao said his son was there." The old man glared at everyone in the conference hall. Su Xiao also asked me if this reason was enough. The old man suddenly raised his other hand and pressed it again. "Then, the current head of the Su family told you that there was someone in Guangling Road. Su Fengnian also had to save him. Is this reason enough?" After looking at each other in dismay for a short while, Yan Wenluan still said with a straight face, "Not enough." He was stubborn. Chancellor Wang got up and said with threatening gestures, "I will beat you to death, you old tortoise." Suddenly, the old man seemed to have been stuck with an immobilizing talisman. He leaned back and caught a glimpse of a person from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 1687. Su Yanbing, who was leaning against the pillar outside the door, let out a heavy sigh. The martial artist who had been suppressing his anger was ready to make a move. Su Yanbing was not Chancellor Wang. He was a martial artist and would always use his fists to solve things instead of using his mouth. His fellow disciple Han Laozhan, the current general of Lingzhou, was the first person he wanted to beat up tonight. However, Su Yanbing was stunned for a moment because a white robe was slowly walking over from not far away. In Su Yanbing's eyes, this young man with a dark background was probably the only person in the world who was more handsome than Chen Yu and at the same time, more handsome than Su Fengnian. In his early years, he met His Royal Highness in Jianghu and once flipped through books in Tide Listening Pavilion. Later on, he also lent His Royal Highness a knife to roam Jianghu. White Fox's face. He brushed past Jinbao room and walked behind Chancellor Wang. He stood at the door and said with a cold expression, "Su Fengnian, are you a man or not? If you are, then go to Guangling Road, I will accompany you." Su Fengnian did not stand up and asked softly, "I will not bring a single soldier and will come back quickly, how about that?" Beiliang's governor Chu Lushan, who had been pretending to be deaf and mute, stood up with difficulty. For the first time, he used an unquestionable tone to shake his head at His Royal Highness and said, "Chu Lushan, will be the first to disagree." Yan Wenluan also stood up, "I, Yan Wenluan, will not agree." Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang stood up at almost the same time and said in unison that they did not agree. Almost everyone stood up and did not agree. Among them were Yuan Zuozong and Qi Danghua, who were Su Zhao's adopted sons, Li Hanlin, who was a brother, great ancestor Gu Huangshang, who was personally brought to Beiliang by Su Fengnian and given a high position, Chang Sui, Su Huang and Hong Yu, who were young and strong generals that Su Fengnian had high hopes for. None of them agreed. Su Fengnian slowly stood up and looked at the face of the white fox with a forced smile. Bai Hu did not say a word. She only took down the Shudong saber from her waist and threw it to Su Fengnian. She said calmly, "Just follow me." Su Yanbing stood beside White Fox with his arms crossed and nodded at the young vassal lord. Su Fengnian subconsciously reached out to take the familiar embroidered winter saber. Then, the light in front of him dimmed. It turned out that Huang Manor was standing in front of him, blocking everyone. He hit his fist against his palm and said coldly, "Whoever stops my brother will die." Su Fengnian gently patted Huang Manor's shoulder. The latter turned his head. Su Fengnian said softly, "Sit back down." Su Longxiang shook his head. Su Fengnian said indifferently, "Sit back down." Su Longxiang roared, "No." Bai Hu squinted her peach blossom eyes. She pressed her thumb on the hilt of the spring thunder saber and was about to pull it out of the scabbard. Su Fengnian sat back down and put the embroidered winter saber on his knee. He bent down again to pick up the fire tongs. His lips moved slightly. A subtle sizzling sound was particularly ear-piercing in the silent hall. It was like a drop of water falling into the fire. Bai Hu's face was full of anger, Su Fengnian. Even Su Yanbing was full of murderous intent. He looked at Han Laozhan and said, "If you don't sit down, then take a shot from me. Next year during the Qingming festival, Su Yanbing will help you toast." Su Yanbing didn't know why, but when he saw this guy, he actually blinked and smiled inexplicably. On the main seat, Su Fengnian, whose expression could not be seen, lowered his head and said sadly, "I'll be back soon." Then he disappeared in a flash. In less than half an hour, the young king returned to his seat. During this period, the young man went to the ownerless house. This year, for the first time, a spring festival couplet was pasted outside the shabby house with the word "Spring." He did not put it up himself. Instead, he asked his two disciples, Wang Sheng and Yu Dilong, to secretly come here. He originally hoped to take her back to Mount Qingliang and see if she would be a little surprised. It seemed that he was going to break his promise. Su Fengnian rubbed his cheeks and raised his head. In the Central Plains, there were Lunar New Year celebrations everywhere. In the capital of West Chu, the sound of firecrackers was even louder. In the atmosphere of celebration, a young woman in a dragon robe sat alone in the imperial study in the imperial palace. There was a big stove with a lot of charcoal beside her feet. It had been burning since dusk until now. The charcoal fire was just right, warm but not hot. The Empress of West Chu did not feel sleepy. She sat on a small stool, curled up, and put her chin on her hands. There was a small gourd tied to her wrist. There was a trembling sound from it, light and sweet. People lived in a lifetime, plants and trees in autumn. Naturally, grass and insects lived and died in a hurry. However, Dechu's imperial palace had a tradition long ago. Every year, the imperial household department would catch crickets and other insects in embroidered cages on the heated kong, cover them with soil and water them. After that, they would lay eggs. When winter came, they would be used for the New Year's Eve banquet. Their loud chirps and firecrackers complemented each other. At this time, the small gourd in Jiang Xi's hand contained a few long-lived insects. They spread their wings and chirped incessantly. The gourd was a homonym for good fortune. In ancient books, there was a record of eating melons in July and breaking the pot in August. There was also a saying among the people that it could absorb all the evil qi between heaven and earth. Therefore, the successive empresses of Dechu's imperial palace would personally plant gourd seedlings every spring. When the gourd shed was lush and green in midsummer, it would be picked in autumn. The imperial household department would either make it into a water ladle or a wine pot, and then the emperor would bestow it to the meritorious ministers. Jiang Xi raised her arm and looked at the small yellow gourd. She was not thinking about Dechu's Jiang family's tradition. Instead, she was thinking about the greenery of the vegetable garden on the mountain. Every day, after working, she would squat there and personally watch the greenery grow thicker. She had never mentioned that kind of joy to others. She had never shared that joy with anyone, not even her uncle and the old man in the sheepskin fur coat. Ever since she could remember things, even now that she was sitting on the dragon throne of the West Chu Emperor, she still felt that in this life, only that little vegetable garden truly belonged to her. What to choose country, what West Wall's battlefield, what capital? She was unfamiliar with them and could never get close to them. She moved books to Mount Wudong. Later, she read for a certain someone to earn money. Later, she practiced calligraphy and swordsmanship with Li Chungang. In the end, she wore the most luxurious clothes in the world. Jianghu sighed. She pressed the small gourd to her ear and listened to the chirping inside. No matter how hard she tried, she could not hear the slightest hint of joy. She felt melancholy for no reason.